What's up, everybody? Oh my goodness, we are live, and Adora is sporting the Project Uprise official gear. Look at that. You look amazing today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And your commit first.
Yes, I thought I would sport the commit first. So just so you guys know, when I have the commit first shirt on, it's time to get down to business. Today is day 3 of Project Uprise, and it is time to get down to business because we've had 2 days of absolutely mind-blowing, insane value. Yesterday, your comments were amazing. Your contribution was amazing. You guys played full out in the chat. Thank you so much, because you guys know that will bless your life immensely when you are actually engaged. So we've had Les Brown kicked us off on day 1. How many of you thought that was amazing? Put Les in the chat. I know we have people joining right now. Amazing. Les is just a master. Think about, you hear all the time that it takes 10,000 reps to really become a master at something. He's probably given close to that in speeches, if not a few thousand speeches. And it is amazing how you could I would love to actually sit down with Les, give him any subject and say, talk about it for 30 minutes. And he could probably do it and not miss a beat, like it's been professionally polished and created. So we had Les Brown day 1. We had Stephanie Dell Blake day 1. She was amazing. She taught us how to build an empire without actually losing our family at the same time. Who else did we have on day 1? We had Danny, the webinar whisperer, who taught us how to essentially in just a couple of days build a profitable, successful webinar, which is insane. And then, of course, we had, who else did we have on? We had Danny, Stephanie, Les. Who am I missing? Charlotta, is that how we say your name, right?
Carlotta. I'm making sure our email went out that everyone's coming. So yeah, you caught me busted. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Carlotta with those tax strategies. And it's not just a tax strategy. I forgot to say this. That was cool because it was not only, okay, you're going to get in this new income bracket. And she's, is a former IRS agent. And she's saying, I'm going to show you how to ethically, legally pay 0 taxes, the path to that. She's Alex Sharfin's tax strategist, mine, many other really awesome people. But then she throws out, and when you have this level of income, you can buy a business because you're either going to pay taxes or you're going to reallocate that. And it was like an afterthought, the business that just adds $400,000 in cash flow a year. That's bonus material, right? Hey, people are thinking about, how do I get an extra 100,000 or get to 100K months consistently? But I just love that there's a tax strategy that actually adds to wealth building. That's the kind of stuff you don't know until someone shares it with you. You don't even know, right? And the way that you could do it without adding more headache or more, she showed us how to get a business that is already, has an operator, has been in business 40 years, it has 10 employees, that they just need someone to buy it and take it over because they're going into retirement. That's just that one thing alone. It's the things you don't know unless you know, and buy that business for 100,000 down. And she knew someone to finance it. So if you didn't see that, definitely you want to watch that again. It's just so loaded what we had.
Yeah, that was
day 1.
Yeah, just day 1. In fact, I mentioned at the end of day 1, if that's all we got, wow, we would be able to get to our ultimate goals just with the content from day 1. But yesterday we had Anissa Holmes, who was amazing. She's in the Atlas program, which is a high-level program that Russell Brunson has for the most successful people in his world. And she just dropped the gold. And her story was absolutely amazing about how she went from where she is to building multiple businesses, have all of these, what did she say? She say 1,000 different doors, apartments that she owns. I mean, insane. Then we had Marley Jacks, who was amazing at YouTube, and she told her story about her documentary. Please check it out.
I watched it. By the way, I watched it. I said I would watch it. I identify as keeping my word. So, yeah, it was so good. It really was so good and amazing what she was able to do. Not just with, it's like a 30-minute documentary. It's up on YouTube, guys. But the way it was very courageous. and bold, and the situation she put herself in to be judged by you guys, by her peers, and gosh, it was very emotional and eye-opening around cancel culture. That was crazy.
Insane. Then, unfortunately, you had to hear from me about Commit First. Hopefully, I kicked you guys in the rear end and ignited some fire under you so you guys can ultimately leverage the power of true commitment, not a 99% or less commitment, but 100%, and make an easier path to keep your commitment and a harder path to break your commitment. And then we heard from Preston Weeks, who was absolutely insane about the mind and about how you can leverage like what neuroscience is all about and how he's been able to build multiple companies. He went from zero basically to $60 million or something like that. He sold
a year. Yeah. He sold carfinder.com. If anyone knows. I love that you love the shirt. I want a shirt.
Actually, I have a ton. I brought him to my event in Nashville last week. And I think I probably have 30 or 40 shirts left. So I will send you one, Adora.
I'll give you a different address. I'm going to get your book today. By the way, it was delivered. I was moving when I ordered your book. So it was delivered to my business mailbox, which is across town. I'm going to read some of it. Remember, I identify as my word and give you some nuggets tomorrow. But I'm very excited about that. Go ahead.
Yes. So that brings us to today, the day you've all been waiting for, because we know, that book.
I want to say, I take action. If you guys are watching and these speakers give you, books that, and Eric, I adore. We obviously know he's had incredible success and impact in the mail. The Future Self one is on its way. Yes. So anyway, that'll be here today.
Here, it's hard when my camera's reversed. Yes. So I used to read a book a week for years, and because I was trying to just consume a bunch of knowledge, and I made a decision this year that's not going to happen. I'm going to pick maybe 4 books and really dive into them. Starting with 10x is easier than 2x, and so I'm going to read that. My goal, I don't care how many times I actually read it, but I'll likely end up reading it 6 or 7 times and really dive into the principles, because I'm at the point where that book came into my life at the right time when I'm trying to make big, bold, massive moves to 10x my world, my results, my life. So that brings us to today.
Wait, Eric, I'm processing that right now. I'm processing, because then I'm like, okay, but I've got like 5 books open right now. So first I need to finish all those 5, one on relationships, one on tween. It's for tweens, like when kids are going through one age to another, right? So I need to finish all those first, or I'm going to feel incomplete, and it's going to take me 5 years to get through them all. And I'm not willing, Eric. So good for you. I'm going to keep my pace right now. Fantastic. Okay, now we can move on.
So that brings us to today, day 3 of Project Uprise. Before I announce the speakers, I just want to remind you all why we are here. So I am not officially part of Project Uprise. I was asked to be involved because of my passion for eliminating child trafficking. And of course, my experience in being a speaker for the last few years also was part of the reason for that. And when they launched the first event, they asked me to co-host it with Adora, because our entire goal was to raise money for kids. So I'm volunteering my time, Adora's volunteering her time, and all the Project Uprise team are behind us, making all the magic work, from the graphics to the programs to the packages and everything else. But remember why we're here. This is and by the way, all of our contributors as well are part of the cause, and they are all volunteering their time. So it's not like, going to a big paid event where all the speakers are paid, and we're here volunteering our time for one reason. We want the pay that we would normally get to go to children that are in horrible, horrendous situations. I know, I've seen them in both the United States. I went to Haiti 13 times. I've seen it firsthand. I know what it's like. And I know, I get it. I don't want to discount the fact that you and I have bad days. We do. It is tough to run a business. But you know what? The best day of somebody that's in child trafficking would be equal to your worst day. In other words, your worst day, they would dream of. They would dream of losing a client, because that means they had a client in the first place and they weren't in slavery. They would dream of struggling to get to your level of impact and income because they're stuck in shame. So when you think about it that way, you realize that your worst day would be their best day. It puts everything into perspective. And that is why we are here, period. So In order to do that, we need to help you make the income that you have always wanted, and it's ensure that you have the opportunity to make the income, to make the impact in their lives and the lives of the clients you serve, which is why we have Joel E today, this morning, who's going to talk about sales farming. Some of you might be farmers. I own a farm. So we're going to see what the sales farming thing is all about. I can't wait to bring him up in just a minute. Next, after him, we're going to have the great Adora, who you have come to know and love dearly. Then we have who I'm going to now call the course whisperer. Josh Brown, who creates courses that convert. He's one of the best in the industry at doing it. And then we're going to finish up with actually, I think I'm looking at the wrong schedule. You want to announce, Adora, really quick? You want to come back? Who is our final speaker today?
I'm not looking at the schedule either. I'm looking at text messages to let everybody know we're here. So we'll tell you if you want to know who the final speaker is, you need to hang out because we'll tell you.
Surprise. Yeah. It's an absolute surprise.
Yeah. We have Hoist Gracie today. Oh
my goodness.
Today's Friday, right?
Today is Friday.
We have Hoist Gracie at 1. There we go. And the final speaker, we'll let you know later.
Yes. And by the way, you can tell that Adora and I practiced this over and over again too. So, all right, without further ado, let's bring up the great Joel, who is going to teach us about sales farming. What's up, Joel?
Hey, Eric, Adora, thanks for having me. So pumped to be here. Shall we get started?
Let's get started.
Okay, here we go. Hey, look, I'm so thankful and grateful for being here. Friends, if you are here, I want to start with a very, very simple question. Who here has at least 1,000 leads or more? Now, that should be everybody, right? If you're running a business or you even looking to start a business, you're going to start by generating leads. But here's the reality. Over 90% of all the leads that you ever generate in your lifetime, they are what we call dead leads, inactive leads. So what that means is you will probably never convert that percentage in your entire business career. And I'm here to show you today how you can take an extra or add an extra 10 to 40% to your bottom line by reviving these leads. Okay, so if you're excited, type in excited in the chat. I'm going to share my screen. Let's get going. Okay, here we go. One more. Let me do one more time. I shared the other screen. All right, we got a bunch of excited folk. I love that. Okay, here we go. Okay. So I can't actually see the chat right now, but I hope you see my presentation. Eric, if you don't, please come on and unmute yourself and let me know. I can't see StreamYard. I can only see my slides. Okay.
We can see you, hear you. It looks great. Yep.
Okay. All right. So today we're going to talk about how you can get leads that you thought were once dead to beg you to get on a sales call with them. So look over here. These are a bunch of dead leads who were inactive, right? They booked a call, they never got on a call, they once opened emails, they once clicked emails, and they no longer were responsive. But with what I'm about to show you today, you can get people saying, hey, I'm free today. Hey, let me call you back because I'm so excited, right? More information, please. Okay, so that's the first thing we're going to cover today. The second thing is I'm going to give you a detailed breakdown of the sales framework that I've used to generate over $80 million for my clients in the past 5 years. And I'll show you how this works, who I've worked with, but really this is for you. I guarantee you if you implement this today, this week, next week, you will see a boost in your business sales, 100%. Okay. And here's the other thing. It's cool to have, book calls, and it's cool to get all these, right, new leads. But what if I told you could actually get them to show up at an 80% show up rate or higher? This is one of my clients or my past partners, Invest with Henry. We got him up to an 83% show up rate for the whole year last year. As you can see here, it's over $1 million in cash collected with an 83% show up rate. That is what you could do with what I'm going to teach you today. Okay, so if you're excited, again, right, I hope you are taking notes, getting a pen and paper out because you don't want to miss this. And the last thing is I'm going to show you how you can turn that hamster wheel approach of getting sales and getting leads, right, and always chasing clients and turn it into a revenue generating engine. This is Brandon Carter. You might know him as King Keto on Instagram. He's a big fitness trainer, helps online fitness. He helps fitness trainers go online. This is him making $500,000 a month, right, or more, turning his approach into a revenue generating engine. Okay, so look, my name is Joel Yee, and in the past 5 years, I've helped generate, like I said, $80 million across different industries in the coaching, info, and agency space. I started my career as the head, well, not the head, but actually the closer at a gentleman by the name of Dan Locke, and I got promoted in his company to I become head of sales. I left Dan's company a year ago, and since then I've worked with the likes of Rudy Marr, right, the man in red who's based out in Florida, placed reps for him, helped him with sales training, get his company producing more sales. I worked with the likes of Ryan Pineda, Vegas, right? Huge real estate influencer who's got a lot of different, it's like a big empire of courses and coaching and content. He's a great guy, and I helped him with his sales team. And like I said, Mr. King Keto, right? Brandon Carter, helping train, manage his sales team for over the past 8 months now. So Brandon's actually one of my longest clients, paying me, every month to help train and manage his sales team. So that's been really, really fun. And I'm really grateful to be here. I did want to touch on one thing that Eric said earlier today, which is I went to Indonesia when I was probably in my 15, 16s, probably 14, 15 years old. And I remember going to an orphanage to volunteer for the week, right? Because Eric talked about Haiti, right? And going to see these, a Project Uprise, right? Helping the unfortunate, helping the less fortunate get to where they want to be. And when Eric said that today, it struck me. No matter what we're doing today, right? You might be trying to start your business. You might be trying to scale your business. You might be at a point where you're making good money. Maybe you're not, right? You may be making impact. Maybe you're not. Look, here's the point. All of what we're doing, before I even go further, I need you to understand, I want you to understand that you are doing this not just for yourself, right? I'm doing this not just for myself. You are helping your clients. You are making sales. You are making an impact because you want to help others that are less fortunate. So going back to my trip to Indonesia, I remember vividly on the last day when I left. And this was probably one of the moments in my life where, as a young kid, I cried over something that I didn't do, right? But a little boy hugged my leg and said, Joel, could you please adopt me? Right? Could you please adopt me? And that broke my heart. Because I was like, 14, 15? I mean, I couldn't literally adopt him, right? Could sponsor him financially, and we did that. But I left, and I haven't been back for the past, 15-ish years, right? 14, 15 years. So before I continue, I want you to really understand that Project Uprise is doing something really amazing. And thank you for being here. So first of all, pat yourself on the back, right? For being here, I commend you, but I want you to take this and take it to the next level in your business, in your career, right? To impact more people, okay? If that's fair, type in fair in the chat. Okay, type in fair in the chat. Now, if you had the ability to extract an additional $10,000 from every 1,000 dead leads that you had, what would that do for your business? And more importantly, what would that do opening up or freeing up the time that you have? Would you serve more people? Right? Would you go to Haiti, for example? Would you donate? Would you give, right? The point of today is I'm showing you how to make more money. Again, like it's not for yourself, but it's really for you to impact people. And as a sales trainer myself, when I teach sales, the biggest thing to understand in sales is that you've heard this quote before, right? People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Okay, so if you want to get your dead leads to respond to you, you've got to really care. And that's the secret behind what I'm going to share with you today. Now, if you're wondering what is sales farming, I don't understand. Do I need to go to buy a piece of land and plow the land? No. Okay, I'm going to share in a couple minutes here, but just want to walk you through sort of the frameworks for now, okay? Now, this will apply to your business, your vertical. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're at in your business, what niche you're in, who you serve, right? We've done this for medical professionals, doctors, dentists, coaches, consultants, brick and mortar stores, retail stores. The same thing works, right? Turning dead leads into profit, sales farming works, okay? I could just show this to you today, like give you everything and wishfully hope that you implement it after today. But you and I both know that hope isn't a strategy, right? So what I'm going to ask for you, right, because it's not good enough for me, I want to ask you to not do it someday, next week, next month, but make a commitment to yourself that what I'm going to share with you today, you're going to implement at least one thing. Because I guarantee you, if you implement one thing, you're going to see a boost in sales revenue and ideally in profits. Okay, so if that's fair, please type in implement in the chat. Implement. Okay. Alex Hermosi, right? One of my mentors, he says, take action despite imperfect conditions. You're going to hear a lot of technical things today. You're going to hear a lot of, I'm pretty sure, very new things that you probably never thought about. And what happens, I know, as a salesperson, as a sales professional, a confused mind doesn't take action. But I'm going to challenge you to take action despite all your imperfect conditions, okay? This is really key. Please take action. Please implement. So write this down on your notepad, on your computer. Here is the 4 steps to farming sales. We're going to cover how to lure, how to hook, how to harvest, and then how to automate your sales today. If you want this, type in yes in the chat. Okay? Yes in the chat. Good. A lot of yeses popping up. I'm going to talk about a few, I guess, challenges or objections that people typically give me with dead leads, right? Well, but Joel, there's no money left in my leads. My list is so bad, right? They're just broke, right? Let me tell you a few reasons why that's a false/limiting belief. Number 1, just because someone said no today or yesterday, it doesn't mean they'll say no forever, right? Human beings change. People's lives change. Situations change, right? So in a week, in a month, they might have the same problem again. Just because they hired somebody else, maybe a competitor, it doesn't mean that their problems will get solved. So it's not true to say there's no money left in my leads. What is more true to say is that what am I doing wrong, or what am I not doing that's not getting my dead leads to be enticed, to get attracted to my offers or to what I have to say, right? So take that, right, and change that frame of mind and think about that for a second here. Second thing I get all the time, well, Joel, I don't have time to implement this. You're sharing quite technical stuff. I don't have a tech guy. It's very time consuming, right? Look, this system, when set up once in your business, I hope you understand this. When you set it up one time, the copy I'm about to show you, the tech I'm about to show you, you set it up one time, you can literally run dead leads through the exact system and extract 10 to 40% extra profits each time you do it for the rest of your business. One-time setup, low to no maintenance for the rest of your business career. I hope that's worth not your ROI, but your ROTI, return on your time investment, right? This is worth your ROTI, return on your time investment, right? Okay. So let me tell you a quick story of how sales farming came to be. Okay. Sales farming is really turning your dead leads into profits, right? That's the definition. But let me explain to you what happened, how I discovered this. So I told you many years ago, 5 years ago, I bought Dan Locke's course, right? And I basically started with Dan as a closer. I made my first 6 figures. Life was good. I was, starting on my journey of entrepreneurship, being an intrapreneur, right? Working in someone's company first. And I got promoted, right? Now, as you probably know, all good things come to an end, right? You go through ups and downs in life. You might be in a period of your life where you're in a down right now. You might be a period where you're in an up. Look, the bad times don't last, but neither do the good times, okay? So I want to give you the encouragement that you're going to get through it. You're going to get through it. Again, what Eric said today about the kids in Haiti, my kids in Indonesia, they wish they were you. They wish they could have debt to pay off because that meant they even had access to credit, So my good time ended when Dan came to me and said, Joel, I fired the old sales director. We have a big team of like 100 sales professionals. Here's the thing. I'm going to give you an opportunity, but if you fail, you're going to be let go too. Pretty much. So he offered me the position of head of sales, sales director, right? So sales manager, sales director, same thing to me. He said, Joel, you're going to have to manage a team that is low morale, right? Not been closing sales. Just, they know you as the peer. Can you imagine? Have you been in a situation where you were a peer before? and then a peer, you went to becoming a supervisor or manager above your peers, that's a pretty awkward situation, right? And he was like, yeah, so I gave you all this to you, and of course, it's great, right? It's a manager position. You're getting paid a bit more, higher status, and that's cool. And he said, but look, if you don't turn this around in the next quarter, you'll be let go, right? Worst case, or you'll be demoted back down. Now for me, I was 23 at that time, right? What do I say to challenges? What do I say in the face of challenges? I say, yes. But here's the thing. I said yes, and then I had to figure out how later. I was like, okay, I'm going to say yes now. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to figure this out later, right? Have you ever been in that situation where you said yes first, and then you had to figure out later? That was me, okay? And it was extremely scary because when I walked into the team, oh my gosh, morale was so bad. People actually quit when I became sales director. I had to let go of people because they couldn't see this me, right? Person got promoted above them, or even that I was their peer before. I was younger than them, right? You know, I was younger, or I looked different. People didn't like it. We had low lead volume. We had poor lead quality. We had very low sales. Have you ever experienced that, right? Low volume, low lead quality sales. And it was tough. It was extremely, extremely tough. And so what I realized one day when I was probably about halfway into the quarter, right? Not really making inroads. And Dan would tell me, hey, Joe, you have like a month or two left. This was like the worst part of my life, because I remember like I made it so far and I'm going to fail because I don't know how to lead this sales team and get them results. Okay. Now, thank God, right? I really thank God that there was a point where I was learning through different people's stuff, right? I was looking through Eli Wild stuff. I was looking through traffic and funnel stuff like Cole Gordon's, and I realized, okay, these people talk about setters and leads, right? And contacting leads. Okay, so that's good. I was like, okay, cool. There's something here. And I went to our HubSpot, right? Is it on the next slide? Yes. I went to our software, which is HubSpot, and closed. And I realized, oh my gosh, guess how many leads we had in our database? Because remember, keep in mind, as a salesperson before, I only saw my leads. As a sales director, I could see the entire company's leads. Guess how many leads we have total, right? We had over 1 million leads, friends, 1 million leads. I was like, there has to be money in this list, but I don't know how to tap into it and extract it. So this was 4 years ago when I figured out I need to know how to solve the problem of reviving dead leads. If I could do this, then I could become like a hero, right? I could help the company. I could then help grow sales. And so what we did over the next month was, this is my team, me right in the middle here. I had 110 sales professionals. This was half of our team in Vancouver, Canada, about 50 of them. I had the team mobilized, and basically I said, guys, we got to work as a team. I know some of you don't like me, right? I know, we have the differences, but here's the thing. Again, going back to the quote, people don't care how much you know unless they know how much you care. I said, look, if I could make you more income, if I could make you more commissions, would you trust me, right? If it costs you no money, it costs you time, right? But it's going to make you more income, would you trust me? And of course, a lot of the group said yes. So I took the yeses, the yes-sayers, and I said, look, we're going to do this. We're going to create emails, texts, voicemail, calls, tasks, reminders, sequences, everything. We're going to pick up the phones. We're going to go ham and I wrote the email copy for them. I wrote the text copy. We sequenced it in HubSpot and we sent everything out. Boom, 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 boom. And you know what? By the end of it all, we collected over $1 million, friends, 7 figures in cash from dead leads. And since then, we've obviously done more of that for our clients. And I'm going to give you the exact system today. Okay. So I hope you're still here. You're excited. If you're excited, type in excited in the chat, because this is very important now, the next couple steps here. Okay. All right. Let me check my time. I'm good. Let's go. Boom. What is sales farming? Okay. So sales farming, you might be thinking, well, do I need, like Eric, right? He's got a big farm in Missouri, right? Do I need to go out to my land and then get on my horses and, get my machine, my tractor out to plow the land? No, you don't, right? People think when I say farming, they think I'm talking about something actual physical like farming. Here's the reality. What do farmers and dead leads have in common? Well, here's the thing. If you're an entrepreneur, right? Think of yourself as a farmer with land. You've got a piece of land on your business, right? You got a piece of land. You know what do most entrepreneurs do these days? Instead of planting seeds in their land and then harvesting the crops, the fruit of the labor, they say, oh, my land is bad now. Let me go buy a new piece of land. Let me go buy a new piece of land. Let me go find a new land. Let me go find a new land. Let me borrow that guy's land. But why? Right? Why are we doing that? It's because we haven't learned effective ways to farm our land. If you look at real farmers today, they don't go and buy new pieces of land every year. I mean, yeah, great, they're expanding, their business good, but they work with a piece of land because they know they can keep planting seeds year in, year out and have harvest seasons every single year, right? So I want businesses to stop thinking that their list is so bad and they need new leads all the time. You know, I don't probably have time for this, but think of a leaky bucket. Imagine a bucket with holes, friends, holes, okay? If you put water into a bucket that has holes, what happens to your bucket? Yeah, your bucket's never going to fill up because water's going to leak out. So if you're spending money on ads today, you're doing JV launches and you're buying traffic, all that stuff, that's cool. But it's not cool because you still got holes in your bucket and you got to plug those holes first. Sales farming helps you plug those holes so you can maximize every dollar of ad spend, you can maximize returns. Does that make sense? That's sales farming, okay? Here's the definition. It's an automated way of reaching dead leads en masse, right? And reviving them so they're gonna beg you to buy your products or services. That's really what it is. Nothing too crazy, right? It's just an automated way of reaching dead leads in bulk so that you can get them to beg to buy your products or services. And I'll show you how we do it. Okay, now going back to this point. Well, Joel, how is this any different than email or text marketing? I get that question a lot. How is sales farming any different? Okay, let me explain. When you do email text marketing, here's a few issues that typically happens. Number one, people don't actually know how to segment their list. So what happens is if you email to the same list over and over again, naturally your open rates are going to go down. You're going to get marked as spam more, right? And here's the worst part. We had this happen to one of our companies. When your email domain, your main domain for your company, when it gets damaged reputation-wise too much, there actually is a point of no return. It means you can't fix it. It means you got to buy a new domain, and that's really dangerous, okay? So email marketing is just sending daily or weekly emails, and that's cool, but people are going to unsubscribe, right? What do you do with the unsubscribers? Yes, that's what we teach you in sales farming, okay? Same thing as text marketing, but here's the difference. We do emails, text, and voicemail drops that are, by the way, 100% compliant with TCPA laws and the Can Spam Act. Okay, we're not just spamming random people, right? So that's really common to make a caveat. And we set these calls by a setter or like an AI bot that can set calls, and then we close them on a booked call, right? And so this works really effectively for high ticket because if you can imagine, even if I get one high ticket sale out of 1,000 dead leads, whether it's 5K or 10K or 20K, that's still a lot of money that I would not have had, right? Now, of course, you could do this for, gym memberships like low ticket, e-com. It works the same, but your ROI is a lot higher when it's high ticket. Now, typically when it's for lower ticket stuff, people call it database reactivation, right? Database reactivation, sales farming, different things. Sales farming is where your sales team is involved, okay? So that's the definition. So make sure you write that down. Cool. And the sales team is specifically trained on how to close these dead leads. We're going to go over dead leads behavior later today, and it's very different. Their behavior, their mindset is very different than a warm inbound lead, right? A dead lead does not think and act the same way as a warm lead does. So you got to know how to close these deals, okay? All right, so you wrote this down already. I'm going to go into the first step today. So if you're ready for the first step, type in Lure in the chat. Lure, okay, here we go. Stephanie Perkins, author, says, you only have one chance to make a first impression. Now, I would say that's quite true, right? Quite true. It might not be 100% true, but it's quite true because look, in marketing, right? You can obviously market to your people again and again and again and again. That's cool, right? And they'll probably be a bit more forgiving. But really though, if you push your prospects and leads away from you more because they don't like your offers or they don't appreciate the way you're reaching out, then you're probably going to lose that lead for a long time, for a while, for forever perhaps, right? So it's really important with sales farming. What I'm going to teach you today is how you can make the best first impression, right, towards your dead leads. What is the definition of insanity? Anyone? It is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. I think we've all heard this very famous quote. If you are just sending emails to your list every single day, I'm sorry to break the news to you, but you might be insane, especially if you never, number one, you never refresh your offer. Number two, when I say refresh, I mean put it in a new wrapper or make a new offer, or if you never clean your list, if you don't check your spam report, if you don't check how many unsubscribes you get every day, then you might be insane, right? So we want to avoid that, okay? That's the first step. And bad outreach means that your dead leads stay dead, right? If you don't have good outreach, then your dead leads will stay dead. They'll be dead leads forever, okay? Going back to the previous quotes, like you've got to know how to make a great first impression. How do you get somebody who is never expecting to buy from you so excited that they're begging you to get on a call, right? That's the mentality I want you to have. Dan Kennedy, legendary marketer, copywriter, he said, always enter the conversation already occurring in the customer's mind. This is a gold nugget, friends, because again, going back to people that do email and text marketing, when they blast to their whole list, they are not entering the conversation that's already in the customer's mind. Let me explain. When there is no segmentation, right, all your buyers have a different buyer's journey. Some people might have seen your website. Some people might have watched 10 YouTube videos. Some people might have, booked a call with you. Some people might have been your past client before. These are all different people. Why are you sending the same thing to everybody, right? Could it be that we're lazy? Maybe we didn't know. Maybe we don't want to take the effort to customize our list and customize our copy. That's a very dangerous game to play, right? Because when you're just generic, speaking to like everyone, then you're speaking to no one really. So here is the best lead segmentation, very basic lead scoring that I'm going to give you today. You can probably take a screenshot of this. The first list and probably your best list are your previous buyers, okay? Your previous clients, even if it's years ago and they've not bought from you recently, this is your best list, okay, friends? Second list, people who booked a sales call with you, but they didn't buy. This could be, a year ago, 6 months ago, even 2 weeks ago, right? You can just put them in that list segmentation there. But keep in mind, these are different buyer journeys. Make sense? So the copy, the messaging for each list is different. You have to take a bit of time to tweak it. And with ChatGPT, Jarvis AI, there's no excuse not to be able to tweak your copy, right? For all these different lists. People that replied yes to an email or, I'm interested, but they never got to book a call. The next list, people who click on email but didn't book a call. People who open emails but didn't book a call, right? Very basic lead scoring that 99% of companies don't do. They just don't do. People don't do this. They put everyone in one master list and then they email and text them every day. Hopefully someone's going to buy. No, right? No. And imagine when you have this list, you can talk to everyone here very uniquely. Hey, Mr. Client before, I appreciate your business before. We've got this new offer. How can we help, right? Hey, I know we spoke on a call once before. You spoke to my team before, but here's a new update for you. Hey, I know you open a lot of my emails, but you don't actually book a call, right? I can now tailor my messaging to everybody. And that's really important. People want to feel like it's personal to them, okay? It's personal to them. I'll tell you a story really quick because I have time. When I was at Dan Locke's company, obviously we did the daily email sin, right? Just blasting to everyone. And one day I was like, why is my sales team getting more sales from dead leads than the marketing division was, right? Why was the marketing experts, who are apparently email experts, how come my sales team was getting more sales than them, right? And here's what we found. It's because when marketing sent out emails, they go, Hey, Joel, Dan is doing this new workshop, right? Buy this ticket today, right? And everyone who gets the email knows that's just a generic marketing email blast. They know Dan didn't write that email on his own. They know that he didn't take the time to type it out. But here's the difference. We taught our sales team to say this: email, text, and voicemail drop or phone call. Hey, Joel, Dan told me to personally reach out to you about this workshop that we've got. I've actually reserved a seat for you. Do you want this seat? Hey, Joel, right? I'm from Dan Locke's office. He told me to give you this seat. If you're interested, are you in? Right? So we talk to people in a really personalized way. And then we automated it. So it just personalized everyone's first name. And that was way more effective than a daily email sent to the list. I hope you can see that, right? It's just pure personalization. That's the biggest thing. Here's some copy secrets. Your subject line is everything, right? Your subject line is everything, especially to dead leads. Okay. My favorite subject line, and you can write this down, and this is a bonus if you're paying attention. Have you given up on X? X, insert the problem you solve. Have you given up on starting a profitable fitness business? Have you given up on losing 30 pounds? Have you given up on making $10,000 a month? Have you given up on scaling your business through ads? Very high open rate for that subject line. Number 2, keep your copy short, friends. No one wants to read your whole, sales page or a whole email, right, on one short email. With the kind of dead lead copy secrets we do, we keep it very short and straight to the point, and we ask a call to action. Hey, Joel, thinking about you because we spoke on the phone a few months ago. I've got this new offer about helping you turn your dead leads into sales. It's a lot lower price. Are you interested? ? That's it, right? Talking very personally, right, to your prospects. Obviously, like I said, who am I? What do I do, right? Joel, farming dead leads. Remind them. People will not remember who you are. These are dead leads. If you don't tell them who you are, they're going to forget who you are. And make sure you have an exciting, unique hook to bring them in. For example, I'm launching a new scholarship, right? Would you want a scholarship? Here's how you apply. I'm launching a new program helping people lose 20 pounds in 2 weeks. Interested to join my challenge, right? Have an exciting angle. Don't be like everybody else. And most importantly, get them to commit to a sales appointment with you, right? Get them to commit to something. It's not enough to just say, yes, I'm interested. Okay, you're interested. Come on, book a call with me. Book, get this on the call. Have you done this yet? Checking in with you. Did you book a call, right? Get them on, right? The call first. That's the next step, okay? Some of our clients that we helped, we booked 23 calls with 3,000 phone numbers. Pretty good, right? About this is actually a 70% book calls on phone, with emails about 40%. Here we've got about 2,800 phone numbers, 3,000 emails. We booked 23 calls as well, 70%. So you can kind of see, right? If you got 23 extra calls from your dead leads, wouldn't you close 1 or 2 of them, right? And if you close 1 or 2 of them, what is that worth? $5K, $10K, $20K. For some, it's $50K. Even if it was $2,000, it's still money you wouldn't have made, right? It's money you would never have seen, by the way. It's just extra money, right? Okay, so that's the lure process. And I'm going to go a bit faster because of time. Hook. What do you do once you've got somebody interested? Okay, so now they've booked a call. I'm going to show you what we do, a piece of what we do to get to 80% show up rates or higher, okay? Next thing we do is you got to make sure they show up, right? It doesn't matter if you book 100 calls if nobody shows up, right? It basically doesn't matter. Basically, you got 0 calls. So what you want to do is you want to understand dead lead behavior. Number 1, they're very cold. They probably know it's a sales pitch. The reason they've been dead is because they're not interested in your offer or you anymore, right? So they're cold. They're not the same as a warm inbound lead. So keep that in mind. They're probably going to lack a bit of urgency. They're probably going to do about window shopping. What do you have to say, Eric? What do you have to sell me today? Let me just listen, right? They lack urgency. Skeptical. Again, they're dead. Keep that in mind. And they've probably tried to solve their problems in the past couple of weeks or months or years. So they're like, okay, well, how can you help me, right? You have to understand these things before you write the copy for them, because you got to hook them in, right? Most people don't think about this. They just send just any emails. I don't want you to do that, okay? And so here's a very pro tip, like bonuses, especially if you could do it or you got a sales team that can do it. As soon as a dead lead opens an email or responds, I hope you have a CRM that can tell you when they do it and you can call them. Or your sales team should be calling them right away. Why? Number one, they're on their phone or computer. That means they're right in front of it. That means they have time to speak. Okay. And number two, you get them at what we call peak interest. So if you're listening to this, write down peak interest. Peak interest means when a prospect is at the highest state of being likely to close. Friends, that means the highest chance of getting them to close is when they're at the most excited, right? At peak interest. Make sure you add all your pre-call reminders. This is actually really important that no one does. When you have a sales call, call your leads the day before. If I got a sales appointment today, I should have called my leads yesterday. Hey, Michael, Joel here. Just want to put a voice to my name. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, correct? At 2 p.m. Is there any reason I wouldn't see you tomorrow? You're not going to like just no show on me, right? No, okay, cool. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Boom. Right? It takes you like 3 minutes. Give them a call before. That's how you increase show up rates. Obviously, email, text reminders. This is a big one. Like sending testimonials, case studies, homework before the call. It's amazing, right? Especially it gets you to indoctrinate and frame your call even better. Okay? Again, we've done for our client, Dee Gotham. She's a fitness coach. She made an additional $20,000. Friends, $20,000 with about 3,000 leads. Isn't that pretty cool? And she sells a 2K, 3K weight loss program, right? So we closed a few of them. Well, they closed a few of them. But this is money she wouldn't have made. And she paid me less than half of that, by the way, for our team to help them implement this. So she ROI, and now she has a system that works for her forever. She literally has a system now she can put all her dead leads through in a business forever, right? If you want a system like this, type in system. Right? It's all about systems, okay? Cool. So that's the hook. That's the hook. Step 3, harvest. With any farming activities, you're looking to harvest your fruit of your labor, right? Farmers, what do they look for the most? I think they look for the most. I'm not a farmer, so I can't judge. But if I was to be a farmer, I would look forward to my harvest every year. That's when I'll be able to stockpile for my family, to sell, to keep, right? That's the harvest. With the harvest, for the sake of time, I won't be able to go so deep into my actual sales framework that I teach all my clients, right? And all my people that are working, but I'll give you very tactical and implementable tips, but I'm going to go a bit fast for the sake of time. So you have to pay close attention or write a lot of it down or watch the recording. I don't know what the recording's up, but you got to just stay with me here, okay? So harvest, this is my virtual selling system framework. There's 5 steps. I'll teach you a very quick call, like script / how to do a call, how to do a good sales call, right? So the first thing you want to do is you need to frame the sales call. A lot of people don't close deals because they don't know how to frame their sales call. What do I mean by frame? Hey, Eric, good to have you here. Before we go any deeper, I just want to let you know that in America, less than 5% of people actually earn over 6 figures. In the world, that's less than 1%. So our company is looking for the 1 in 100 that we can actually partner up with them to help them earn a 6-figure income through starting an online fitness business. So Eric, I don't know whether that's you today, but I just want to let you know that's what I'm looking for. I don't know whether we can help you yet, but let's continue. You see how I framed the call? I've told my prospect, my dead lead, that I'm looking for a 1 in 100, right? There's many ways to frame these calls. So make sure when you start these calls, you frame it, especially for a dead lead. Hey, Mr. Dead Lead, I don't know whether we can even help you yet, right? I don't know whether we can help you. That's the best way to stay detached. I'm not sure we can help you, but I'm here to see what you're working on right now. And we're looking for 2 more partners this month that we can take to the next level with a guaranteed process of ABC, right? And then go into the call. So make sure you frame the call first, okay? That's how you connect with somebody. Next thing is to understand. There's 2 things you have to do on a sales call. Number 1 is to quickly disqualify your prospects. The worst thing is spending 50 minutes with somebody and then they say, oh, I have no money. I literally am broke. I have literally about to go homeless next month, right? That's a waste of time. So your goal is to quickly disqualify, or you want to qualify for what we call BANT. BANT is budget, authority, needs, and timeline, right? Budget meaning how much do they have to invest in your solution, or how much, or could they get access to financial resources, Authority means decision maker, right? Are they the decision maker? Are they not? So I start every call by making sure that no one else needs to be on. Hey, Mr. Prospect, is there anyone else that needs to be on this call for maximum alignment with you, right? If you were to move forward today, if the offer, if it makes sense and you thought it was a fair price, is there anyone else that should be involved in helping you make a decision, right? That is very important. If no, if someone else has to be on, then we will reschedule the call. Save me 40 minutes of my time. Okay? Needs, pains, goals, and then timeline. If this offer made sense, the price was right, and you loved what you saw, when would you like to get started? And it better be yesterday or today, right? It shouldn't be next month or next week, right? Like it's got to be now. Okay? And if it's not now, we ask why. Why not now, right? Okay? Offer. Quick things about making your offer. Again, I can't go too much in detail, but the one thing I'll tell you that a lot of people make a mistake on is they say this. When you join my program today, you're going to get a Facebook group with all, these like-minded entrepreneurs. You're going to get my course that's 90 days long. It's going to have A, B, C, D, E. You're going to get live coaching with me every single week. Those are the features, friends. And honestly, no one really cares about the features. They only want the outcome, right? So you want to sell them the benefit. So for example, if I was selling a sales training program, right, which I do, I would go, hey, Mr. Prospect, how you told me a lot of prospects give you the I want to think about it objection for the past month, and you can't handle those, right? You can nullify those. I'll tell you what, I've got a weekly dojo call that I think when you join and we just knock that role play in you for the next week, I think wouldn't you agree that you'd probably be pretty good at it? And we'll give you a training video specifically for that objection that you can watch literally today. Don't you think you'd be able to close more deals after today? So I'm selling the benefit, right? Not my feature, okay? So make sure when you look at your offer stack or your delivery, you take out the benefits from each feature stack, okay? Inspire. This really means how do you nullify objections? I typically don't say handling objections because I think when you handle something, it can come back up again. When I say nullify, it's put to bed, in the grave, done, gone forever. Now, I'm teaching you something called my objection nullification sandwich. And this is gold, by the way. This is gold. I want to say I made this myself. I don't know whether any other sales trainer has put a claim to this, but I've not heard this taught before. And I actually created this when I was doing my own sales calls. When I learned that the human brain has 3 parts, right? The reptilian brain, the logical brain, and the rational brain. And most of the times, if you've done sales, you know that the reptilian brain stops people from making decisions because they're afraid of risk, right? So here's what I've learned to do is that when I get an objection, I don't think I can do this because, my weight, I can't afford, this $2,000 for this weight loss program because I just don't think it's in my budget right now, right? Blah, blah, blah. Logical would be first you handle the logical part. Hey, Mrs. Prospect, don't you agree that your health is worth more than $2,000? Yes. Okay, so right first, yes, that's logical, right? Yeah. If you could look in the mirror and be confident and love your body and not be depressed, right, anymore, like you told me, wouldn't that be worth more than anything else in this world? Yes. Okay, so the first thing is logical, right? So I would do 2 of those. I would attack the logical part of the brain and appeal to it twice. Logic, and then here's where most people miss, is that you need an emotional close. So, Mrs. Prospect, you said that you believe your health is worth more than $2,000. You believe that looking in the mirror and feeling confident, loving yourself is more important. But here's the most important part. You mentioned to me a few years ago that you considered contemplating taking your life because you didn't feel like you were worthy to be loved. And now you're dating a great guy. You want to have a family with him. Can you imagine your future kids and your future husband, right, not having their mom or their wife because you did something that you didn't want to do, or you did, right? And isn't that not worth it? So shouldn't we get you back onto changing the way you look and getting the confidence to feel amazing and pretty and sexy again? So right? So I'm using emotion at the end to tie up my close. And I guarantee you, if you apply these 3 things, you will nullify all objections because you're appealing to both the logical and the emotional part of the brain. Okay? So let's inspire. And lastly, this is also pretty cool. I don't know whether anyone has taught this before, but I do the test of the universe, which means, hey, Mr. Prospect, when you get, so this is after they close, right? Or they buy. Hey, congratulations. Before I let you go, there's going to be a lot of stuff that might happen in your life, and I call it the universe testing you. right? Every level, that's the next devil. So when you get home today, your wife might tell you, why did you spend that much money on this program? Your car might break down, right? Something might happen that needs your finances. That's the universe testing you. What will you do in the face of that? Okay, so that's the test of the universe. Close. It helps transform a little bit of your prospects' lives, okay? All right, I got 5 minutes. Raymond Tassier, my client, he booked 130 calls within like a week and a half. He never did that before. He never even seen 130 book calls before. And he closed 11 deals, right? Which is not bad, right? So this is what could happen when you implement this framework I just gave you. Okay, the last step. This is actually the fastest step. You can automate everything I taught you today using a software. And some of them are expensive, some of them are cheap, right? HubSpot, a bit pricier. High Level is a good option, right? $100 a month-ish. And then our own solution, Harvest AI, which is also about $100 a month. You can use these things because, as Michael Hyatt said, automation is solving the problem once and then putting in an autopilot. That's what I did at Dan's company to turn all our dead leads into sales. And now I've done it with automations, right? And what you do is you want to set up a workflow like this. Very simple. You basically put an email, right? Put a wait, 3-minute wait to make it look realistic, and then put an SMS. And again, it's all the copy that I've taught you just now, right? Then you wait a day, then you send a second email. It's very straightforward. It's actually nothing too crazy here. If you know how to click a few buttons and add things to a workflow and understand conditional logic, you could definitely do this, right? So it's a very simple wait like that. Okay, same thing, right? You can tag your leads, give them an email, give them a text, right? Email, wait for a reply, boom. Okay, so client, Dr. Dina Hussein, she's made $10,000 through sales farming in 23 days without any ads, right? Just making money without spending more ads, really adding profits to our bottom line. So we've covered 4 things today. Really quickly, I show you my sales framework of how we used to generate $80 million in sales in the last 5 years, how to increase your show up rates to 80% and more, how to get your leads that were once dead to beg you to get on a sales call with them, and lastly, how can you install a system to automate everything so you go from a hamster wheel to becoming a revenue generating engine. Hope this gave you some new ideas. I want to give you a final gift before you go. Here is 9 proven sales farming templates. These are emails that are compiled for you. You can follow me on Instagram, scan the QR code, grab it. That's all I got. I think Adora and the team will be sending this out later today as well. I wish you all the best, and thank you so much for being here.
Joel, thank you so much. That was amazing. I just downloaded that. I'm going to get the templates from you. That's amazing. So thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Wonderful. How was that?
Yeah, I could not see the screen at all.
What's that? Say that again.
I was going to say I was not seeing anyone the whole time. So I was like, I hope everyone is, getting what I'm saying.
No, we totally got that. That was absolutely insane. It was amazing. So thank you so much for that. Let's show Joel love in the chat. Again, he is giving of his time, of his passion, of the years it took to build the sales farming system. And it was really interesting because, Joel, you did an amazing job on your analogies. The fact that I own a ranch and know a tiny, tiny bit of farming. I wouldn't say I know a lot about it because I don't really do it. I just live on the property. However, you were right. We all want the harvest, and that's why we are here. So again, show him the love in the chat. How's everybody doing? Through hour 1, shake it up a little bit because we have something amazing for you that is coming up here in just a couple of minutes that I will introduce to you. Tiffany says, thank you for sharing your wisdom. Thank you, Tiffany, for your comment. Yes, he did an amazing job, and we're super excited to be able to have him as part of this group. Okay, before we go on to our next speaker, today's Friday, and Friday is an amazing day. And I want you to remember one thing with the 3 remaining speakers that we have. Number 1, tomorrow, we're going to have a bonus day, and we'll let you know a little bit more about that. Number 2, I want you to let you know too that we have, we're going to give you a time for VIPs to have some special opportunities with some of the speakers, ourselves, next week as well. It'll be much more intimate setting, a little bit more one-on-one. I believe we're doing it on Zoom. Don't quote me on that, but I think we are going to do that so that we can have more conversations. So there's some really cool things that you can do to not just spend 3 days or 4 days with us here, but to actually get something out of it, meaning not just inspiration and ideas, but none of it matters unless if you take action. In fact, the purpose of knowledge is not to know something, period. Knowledge is not power. We hear that it is, it's not. That's a lie. Knowledge is only potential power. The purpose of knowing is growing. The purpose of knowing is going. In other words, sometimes we get that Monday blues when we go to a conference and we attend something like this, if it's virtual or in person, and we go back to our lives just a couple of days later on Monday after the weekend, because the old self will continually pull us back. So make sure that you commit on Monday to take action on, maybe it's just one thing, no more than 3, but 1 to 3 things. Make sure that you commit to take action. So I want you to think about that with the next 3 speakers, because they're going to give you golden nuggets that could potentially change your life. So please make sure that you commit right now to take action. Like I said, when I wear the shirt, it is time to get down and dirty. It is time to get into the weeds. It is time to take action. It's time to rise up and move forward so that we can implement the things that you're going to be learning today. So without further ado, I want to introduce our next amazing speaker, who I mentioned the other day. I met it on a weekend in Wise, Virginia. Now, if you don't know where Wise, Virginia is, well, you're not alone, because I had no idea where Wise, Virginia is. All I knew was that the Napoleon Hill Foundation, Think and Grow Rich, is actually based out of the University of Virginia, Wise, Virginia campus. So a few of us entrepreneurs, myself, Justin Benton, Russell Brunson, Victoria Chanel, a few of us flew and got on a plane and flew to the Napoleon Hill Foundation, because they were giving, the University of Virginia was giving them a special award, and we had an opportunity to meet with the board and to take a few hours and dive into the original works, unpublished works, and archives of one of the greatest writers, if not, in my opinion, the greatest writer of all time, especially when it came to personal development, Mr. Napoleon Hill. So Adora was there, and we started talking, I think the first day we met, inside the hotel lobby, and we connected on a really powerful level, because she is passionate about eliminating human trafficking. I am passionate about eliminating human trafficking. And it started this sort of wave. And I mean, this was last October. So we're talking from October to now, and now we're in our 3rd event with Uprise. She is one of the ones that is doing everything she can, not to just eliminate human trafficking, but to change the lives of others. She's involved in like so many cool projects with so many cool people. And by the way, she is so connected. So when you looked at our offer yesterday, and her connections offer, it's powerful. Your net worth is your network. And she is a master at that. So we're going to bring up the great, the wonderful Adora Evans. Please show love for her in the chat, because she's been with us the whole time as co-hosting this with me. Adora, I cannot wait to hear from you.
Oh, thank you so much, Eric. I'm grateful. Ace, Adora Crystal Evans. That's why
I've heard that before. So good.
Eric, thank you. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the intro. I hope you all have your notepads. I had to stand up. I have so much energy for you right now. You may need to turn down your microphone, because when I get excited, I get loud. I told you my guy gets loud. I get loud too. Hi, Tiffany. So we are going to get to connection, but what I want to talk to you about is not just your identity, like your identity as the person who's making 100K, $1 million a day, $1 million a week, $1 million an hour, funding shelters, taking trips, paying off your parents' homes. It's your identity is going to be based on what you are identifying with. So I want you to write that down before I go into these stories, and hold on. But what are you identifying with? So I'm going to tell you a story. I was in a workshop. It was an EFT tap emotional freedom technique. If you know the technique, write it down. I was getting certified. Okay. And I was sitting across from a psychologist, and we were doing these practice sessions. If any of you have gotten a certification before, you usually start practicing. Even if you're a massage therapist, man, I'd love to be the person being practiced on for the massage therapy certification. So it was my turn. And what I wanted to work on, this was about 7 years ago, was owning my voice. See, for 20 years, I'd written in every goal book. I want to be a best-selling author. I want to impact people with my work. But I would start the book. I wrote 3 books that I never published. I had a celebrity in it with me, and I kept getting this stop. Have any of you felt like that? Like you've got a book, you've got a course, you've got a message, and you're going to all the things, you're doing all the things. I'd already been tapping. I was there at the freaking certification. I was already NLP certified and this and that certified. I was like rain dance certified, pray to God certified. I had all those certifications, but I couldn't get myself to do it, right? And I started to think maybe something's wrong. And maybe I'm just not meant for this. And so I go to work on that. Adora Certified Evans. Love that. Yeah, that's funny. So we go to work on it, 5-minute session. And what starts coming up for me is first these nude lips. All right. And then what starts coming up is a time when I used to talk a lot as a kid. And then what came up was the only man that listened to me for years and made me feel really special and important. And that man was my favorite uncle. And that man had been molesting me from age 8 to 12. And in that moment, I saw the nude lips again. And I saw red is a power color. And it made sense that my voice, I had made up somewhere in my mind that my voice was dangerous. Even though I was doing all this stuff on the outside, going to all the courses, willing my way through, I had made up that my voice was dangerous and I needed to mute my voice. And I'm going to tell you something. It was such a quick session, but I'd always loved red on everybody else. I thought, man, she looks so beautiful. Marilyn Monroe, she can pull off red. You know, any Latin woman can pull off red. All the Black ladies can pull off red. A lot of white women can pull off red. But for some reason, red just does not look right on me. I'm telling you, I tried so many colors. All right. And I did write the book too, but I'm going to put on lipstick. So why are you identifying with what you identify with? I'm going to even show you. This mirror was given to me by Deborah Waitley. Okay. Dennis's daughter. I love her. And we're very spiritually connected. You're going to have to give me a moment to put on this lipstick because I'm shaking. This is gonna be like how I put on my lipstick when I'm 90. I'm really having a tough time. Look at this. So hang with me. Give me some love. Send me the juju. Send me the juju while I get through this. You know what? Since that one, look how beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? Didn't it bring color to my face? I mean, I love the nude lips too. All right. But I haven't found a red. It doesn't matter if it's a dollar store red. It doesn't matter if it's my Fenty Rihanna red. I haven't found a red that I don't love on my face since then. Literally. And it wasn't even out of spite. I looked in the mirror, put the red on, and what the identity used to be is, oh, I don't like that. It's so ugly. Look at the blue vein. Now, and from that moment on, the moment I put a red lip on my face, I love it. It's actually my signature color now, right? I always have a red lipstick on because red is power and it's a power color. And this voice gets to have power, just like your voice gets to have power. So why was I identifying? I also want to say that I did write the book. It went bestseller. Dawn Green of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, and Dennis Waitley and lots of other people. So I got unstuck. It was for those of you who don't care about lipstick and feeling beautiful in red. What happened is my voice unleashed. And so what I want you to know is if you're stopped, one thing, there's a reason. It's you're identifying with something subconsciously or consciously. My subconscious belief was my voice is dangerous, right? It was trying to protect me. But write this down. There are tools for that. If you are identifying, and this time it was EFT tapping, all right? But there are a lot of tools, okay? So you need to know if there's something you just can't put your finger on, you've been doing everything, then there's a deeper why you're identifying with something that is stopping you. And the good news is you don't have to stay stopped. There are tools for that. Aw, Tiffany, so much love to you. There are tools for that. All right, so put your hand on your heart. There are tools for that, and I am going to find them. And you will, I promise. I need a drink of water. All right, or I'm going to pass out. Okay, now, what are you identifying with? What are you identifying with? So we're going to speed it, take it back a little bit. I was 18, living in a boarded up home, literally boards of plywood with the red X on stilts in a little town called Greenville, Texas. I could either pay $50 a month for that place, or I could fix it up, which I didn't pay $50, but I can't say that I fixed it up very much either. All right. I was the town scandal because I'd gotten married at 17, was married to someone who was going to be a pastor. I was Bible club president and supposed to say prayer at graduation. And on April Fool's Day, I promise I did not plan it this way. I ran away in the middle of the night with another guy for a reason I couldn't explain. I broke up with him right after. I purposely burned all the bridges. I knew that God hates adultery, so I committed adultery. I was self-tormented, showed up. My grandmother was dying of cancer. I had the only vehicle that could take her back and forth. But now I'm, went back to another school, graduated, and I'm in this little town where I feel everybody knows my name, right? I'm in a boarded up home, and there's no electricity because I didn't pay the electricity. I was working in a jewelry store, and, I just felt like, okay, I have no purpose. There's nothing for me. I screwed it up with God. I was supposed to be this missionary and doing all these things, and now I've screwed it up with God. And this lady came into the jewelry store, and she started showing me these before and afters of her weight loss journey. If you follow me anywhere, I love fitness. I value it. And I started listening, and I got really excited. And then she started telling me how she built this big business and she's gone full time, and that if I'm really, coachable, that she'll teach me and I could have a career where I make great money at helping people. And you know what? Instead of paying for my electricity, I invested in an Herbalife distributor kit. I'm not in Herbalife anymore. So those of you that are, wondering, it is a great company, but I invested in that. And when I got home with that kit, imagine there's no sheetrock, and I'm have this Walkman radio. Eric might know about Walkman radios. All right. And a cassette tape. So I put the cassette tape in there, and it's Jim Rohn. And Jim Rohn, it's starting to get dim, so there's not a lot of light in my place. And Jim Rohn is talking about, we're all in this metaphorical sailboat, all right? And you're going along in life. I'm paraphrasing, and my feet are shaking in my hoka. Isn't that funny? So I'm paraphrasing, and he said, you're headed toward a destiny. And we still are. This is applicable. So here's the metaphor for yourself. And you are going to arrive at a certain destiny. And if you want to know where you're going to arrive, well, it's simple. Where have you been? What were your parents like? What kind of choices have you made? I'm like, oh no, this is not good. My destination is going to be bad. Man. But then he said, the good news is, if you don't like where that story is going to end, all you have to do is set your sail in a new direction. And eventually, it may take you longer than others, but if you keep heading in that direction, you're going to arrive at that new place. All right, that was like Jim Rohn coming into this dark space, speaking to my soul, calling, resuscitate me. Anybody know that song? It was like this vision came forward and I saw a new what for myself, you know, a new purpose, a new possibility. And he said, what you need to do next is get mentors. And I'm like, oh, no one's gonna mentor me. I mean, the pastors, everybody saw what I did. Who's gonna mentor me? That was my thinking. Come on, I was 18, right? We know a real pastor wouldn't be like that, but that's how it was in my mind. And then he said, the library is full of mentors. The library is full of people that have taken their most important lessons and they put them into a book. And you can go get that free. You can get it free. And I was like, wow. It was like a TD Jakes moment, right? Where I'm like running around the house. Look at me. I'm almost 45 and you see my energy. Imagine like 20, right? So I'm like running around. So I listened. I read 75 books that year. I listened to, I can't tell you, hours and hours and hours of audio programs. Yeah, I more than 50,000 in coaches love. Yeah. And so I took that very seriously. And within months, I had my first $8,000 check in 1 month. It was the only one I had for a while after that because my leadership could only support that much. But my communication was changing. I was noticing that everything that I took in, that I took action on, it actually moved my life forward. And I became wildly addicted. The second mentor, Tony Robbins, in my Walkman, got me sold on constant and never ending improvement, right? And so that set me on this path. And it was amazing because you know what happens when you go to a great course and you get an aha moment, right? I want you to lean in and really feel this. What happens is you get this aha and it's all straight up from there, right? Wrong. Wrong. It was not all straight up. It was like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. All right. But it was huge. So before I move on to what happened next and the who, I want you to think about, what are you identifying with? Right then, what I began to identify with was hope, entrepreneurship, a path, right? So what are you identifying with? I started identifying with different speakers and teachers. I remember thinking, if I can ever impact even one person, the way Mr. Jim Rohn is breathing total life into me right now, that would be everything, right? That would be everything. I remember thinking that because I was alone and I was young and I was in a dark, literally, because the lights were out, space. You know, what are you identifying with? And you can remember that the books are full of free information. Audible is full. These courses online, podcast, Eric, Les, what we're doing right here. There is more access than ever for you to begin to have a new identity. So what are you identifying with? Do you identify with your past? Do you identify with your mistakes? Do you identify with the lies as if that is the total truth of who you are? Or do you identify with the what is the vision that is possible for you? You have a choice. You have a choice. What are you identifying with? All right. Now the who. Now the who. Not yet the who. I got one more what. I forgot. We went like this, okay? So then I get married. I have a baby. His name is Josiah. He's amazing. It was painless. I said prayers over him. It was a total miracle. And life just kept going. No, it didn't. We broke up. I started trying to figure out how to get a lawyer. Decided that my jazzercise outfit looked a lot like the cocktail waitresses' outfits at the strip club in Dallas where no one would know my name, right? And so I go there. The only difference was the tights were sheer and we wore heels instead of tennis shoes and did not wear leg warmers. So I'm like, I can do this, right? And let me say something. And I know, like, I've even taught striptease classes from an empowered place as an adult. But what was operating in that moment is that I still had an identity that my sexuality was my value. All right. I was identifying subconsciously with something else, which even allowed me to walk in that room. And yet, God is always working. Okay. And so what ended up happening is I progressed from, well, progressed or digressed. You get to say. Actually, you don't get to say. God gets to say. I moved to dancing. I moved to dancing, and it wasn't long that my intention to just make a lot of money, get a lawyer, be a great mom, became a woman who's working till 4 a.m. with some of the, worst opportunities for making up beliefs about the world and men and God and myself, and also there was some good out of that as well. And I'm sleeping in, I'm not showing up for my kids. I'm not feeling like I'm a proper mom for my son. I had one son then. But I just keep going. I'm still reading books. I'm still sending money to my siblings, having them play cash flow quadrant and give me business ideas and all that. Then there was a breakdown moment. All right. There was someone I trusted there. I thought was going to be a mentor, and he violated me. He violated my body, put Rohypnol in my tea. And that was a really breakdown moment. All right. It was a breakdown moment. And it was a moment where it was the end of one identity. All right. Because in that moment, I went, okay, I'm an adult now. I'm not a child. God, whatever I have turned off in my intuition, I need you to turn it on. And I also went, I've got to get out of there. I've known it, but I've got to get out of there. So I did two things. I signed up for Landmark Education, where the lovely Mesa, who is on here, I love her. She's one of my besties for over 20 years. I signed up for Landmark Education, and I wrote down, I just want to believe that I'm worthy of, and that I'll be able to earn income, not using my body. That moves me right now, especially when I think about the girls that we're standing for. Because it was a real thing that I knew logically, but I didn't know in my being yet, And so wrote that down, and I read Think and Grow Rich. Yep, Eric, I'm going to take a drink of water on that. And so I'm going through Landmark, wearing suits, trying to look the opposite of stripper, but only the people who had my app. And now I know the transformational industry, the team probably knew what I was dealing with too. I didn't bring it up the whole course. And I was reading Think and Grow Rich. And there's a chapter about of purpose, where you write down the things that you want to do and you say them out loud 3 times a day, right? And I wrote down pages and pages of things. And among those things, I wrote down, wow, it seems like interviewing all these successful people really worked out for Napoleon Hill. I'd love to be paid to interview people. He wasn't paid, but I'd love to be paid. So I write that down. I'm saying it out loud with a whole bunch of other things. $1 million, all the things. I'm screaming it. Well, I told you about the mentor that I had in the club that caused the breakthrough moment, right? But there was someone else I met in that club. And this is important because forever I buried that I'd ever been a dancer. I had so much shame and guilt around it, right? But I met this person in the club. He didn't know what I'd written down, hadn't talked to him in a while. And he called me and said, listen, I had a job when I was younger. It gave me an incredible skill set. They're hiring. I think you could get the job. I can make the interview, get you the interview, but you're going to have to pass the psychology test. You're going to have to go. It's all on you from there. And I'd watch this guy go from an apartment to a house in Highland Park, which is a big deal in Dallas, right? And so I was like, I'm just going to apply. I went and got an Ann Taylor suit because I'm 5'2", and Ann Taylor made me have no waist. And I had all the, I was so conservative looking, and put on my makeup really dark. I had braces. I was trying to look older, more mature. And I got the job. And it wasn't easy. There were like 30 other people, and they did real psychology tests, like the personality test and all these different things. And by the way, I was riding the bus daily. Public transformation, that'll transform something. Transportation. And actually, there's nothing wrong with that. So I get the job, and the job is as a producer on the Discovery Channel for Pat Summerall Productions. So Pat Summerall was the host, and my job, it sounds way more glamorous than it was, but it was still set my identity on a whole new path. That job was calling CEOs. I got this white stacks of paper of CEOs revenuing 10 million or more. And I just knew trucking industry, William Smith, and here's the contact number. And I didn't even have a computer, and there were like at least 100 producers in there. And the turnover rate was crazy because they had a wild work culture. It was like long red hall if you were in trouble, and then you had a little chair and the boss had a big chair. It was like all this kind of like boiler room kind of stuff. But for me, I knew what I had come from, and I knew that I had prayed for this, and I wasn't even finished with the freaking book. And like, here I am. And the process was you call and say, we're thinking of featuring you. Not sure if you're fit. I need to ask you some questions. And so it was a 45-minute interview process. So months before, I was in this breakdown moment, wondering about my worth, wondering how I got here, wondering why, I'd been forsaken, made a change. And now here I am, not even finished with the book. And I'm talking to CEOs of companies that are revenuing more than 10 million. I have like all these books, Ogmandino, The Greatest Salesman. I have all these CEO minds that were like way over my head that I'm reading. Our job was 1 deal a month for $26,000. Most people were not hitting the quota. I was doing like 5 to 10. And I was doing that. That's a whole other training. But I will say, because I was coachable, I knew what the opportunity was. I knew that it was, the opportunity to step into a new identity, the opportunity that I prayed for. And I was tired enough of the old identity that I went for it. And look, it was a little like this. Anybody have kids in the chat? He does work. And thank you for bringing that up. Kids, we'll talk about that maybe. But The reason I said it's important to know that I met the guy in the club is because God is the word I use. You could use whatever word you use, universe, but God is always working things for your good. He's always, he, she, the universe, whatever you want to say, is always conspiring for you. So in every breakdown, even in the mistakes, even in the places that you put yourself in, even things and spaces that you know it's my fault that I'm here right now, there is always God advocating for you and moving on your behalf. And all you have to do is be willing. Just be willing. It doesn't take a quantum leap. It doesn't take being an Eric Sorensen right now. It just takes you, perfectly messy, crazy, wild, magnificent, funny, you saying, I'm willing. And I'm going to grab that hand that's being given to me, right? And that's in every situation. It's in every scenario. Super important. All right, I'm going to take a drink. God always has your best interest in heart. Maiza, I love you so much. You're one of the most important women in my whole world. You are the most, yeah, you know. Okay. Who? So I'm going to go to a who are you identifying with? Okay, so what are you identifying with? Why are you identifying with? Who are you identifying with? So I'm going to take it back even further. So I was 15 years old. I'd already lived on my own in a house at 12. And I need to qualify that. My grandmother had a farm. We had moved 13 times before 9th grade. And now, my dad took an early retirement because somebody was shoplifting on base, and it was very embarrassing for him. And he had some medical issues. And so he took this early retirement, and he moved to Quinlan, Texas. And we had peacocks, chickens, all this stuff. We had a trailer. And then we had my grandmother's house and all this farmland. Well, my grandma ended up moving to Tennessee, and I moved into that house. My boyfriend could come stay the night with me. Thankfully, at that time, I did not choose to be sexual, like to have sex with him. We were sexual, but 12 years old, that's wild, right? It's wild. I'm looking at the timer to make sure I stay on point. And so we had moved a lot, and the promise was we're staying here. So what had happened before is my heart was broken every time we moved initially. And then I started to become kind of jaded and but also very adaptable. I love connection. I love people. So I learned to connect really quickly, but also I had guards up because we would move. And I remember the moment I made that choice that I was never going to feel that again. And I remember the next time I moved and all my friends crying and me just being like, 2 weeks later, I was bawling, right? But they were over it. They were over it. And so the promise was we weren't going to move anymore. My grandma moves. And then, I have my first love. He was Mr. QMS. He was the quarterback, we're in all that vibe. And then my dad tells me we're also moving to Tennessee. And I'm like, oh my gosh, how am I going to, I can't. And the town we were moving to had only one stoplight. So it was like, there was already such a shock from the place before to this new place. I was just like, I am not going. And I was terrible. I would tear things off the wall. I would scream. I would throw fits. They could not control me. They couldn't. That's the reality. I was the eldest. I didn't have a lot of boundaries and, rules set up early, and so by the time they realized, oh, we should put some things in place, it in my case, it was too late, right? And so my dad said the only way you can stay is if your mom will let you live with her. And you know what? I didn't think she was going to. She left when I was 8. And I didn't see her. I saw her for like once a year for many years. And, you know, she tells me now I feel more like a cousin to her, you know, and I love my mom, by the way. I do. I love my mom so much. And I could go off into why it's like that. So I love my mom. What happened though is my mom said yes. So I move in with her. We move into this place in Greenville. The projects are right across. All right. And we're the minority in the complex, still totally fine. And, you know, I'm with my mom, and our love languages are different. You know, my dad is words and touch and gifts, and my mom is like rules and no words. And I'd be like, can I have a hug? That's not her love languages. I'm dramatizing it, right? It's acts of service and gifts. She would give me gifts and but as a girl who identified love as words and touch, when I would go to my mom and say, hey, I love you, can I have a hug? You know, and she'd be like, okay. I felt unloved, right? So I was drinking, I was smoking. I was like, am I going to cuss? Am I not going to cuss? Am I, you know, who am I? Like, am I a prep? am I grunge? I felt so lost, you guys. I felt so lost in the world. And so I had been a hoarder of clothes. I had actually gotten best dressed in middle school, but I did that with garage sale clothes. And I kept every single item that I'd ever, so that I could wear something different every day. And I would look at magazines and put it all together. And my mom was a good provider. So, you know, I had new clothes. There wasn't this feeling. And so I don't know what came on me, or what, I do know what, and you'll know too in a minute. But I started thinking about the little girl, you know, across the way that didn't seem to have many clothes. And I started going, I bet you would like this. I bet you would like this. I bet you would like this. And I had these Barbie and the Rockers. I don't know if anybody knows Barbie and the Rockers, but I had them under my bed. And I don't know why I was saving them in the box, but I thought, there's a little girl upstairs. I bet you would like that. And before I knew it, my whole bed was covered with things that I was going to give away. And I was elated. I was like so high on, like, if you've ever thought about giving a vacation, a gift, or any of you like that, or any of you, the people that when you're excited, like I am the first one to break and give my daughter all her Christmas gifts way before her birthday gifts, way before Rudy gets mad at me. Is anyone else like that? Let me see it in the chats. You're like that, Eric? Yeah. So I was like high and 15, so high on hormones too, you know, that's like all crazy. And I start thinking somehow this scripture, because I didn't grow up in church, but my nanny was a believer. I went to you know, vacation Bible schools, and the scripture, give and you shall receive, came into my heart. And I remember just saying, God, that's what I need. I give you every moment of every day. I give you my life. And I walked out, and my mom was a Wiccan, by the way, at this point. So I walk out and I'm like, Mom, and you have to see, my mom has like short hair, about 20 tattoos. She's very logical. Most things that I say, does anybody know the character I'm talking about? Like if I'm like, Mom, I want to do, she's like, you got to be careful, because there could be, I stung my lip drinking out of a can. A bee stung me. And she was like, Adora, you should always look in cans. You never know when there's going to be a bee in there, right? It was like, it's just, she's protection is her character. So I walk out and she's just like, what happened? I go to school. I start this giving club. And all these people start, you know, donating clothes that we're going to give to other people. Somehow I found a Bible. I don't know how. And those of you that are spiritual, just, I'm spiritual. I'm not religious, right? So just hang with me. This is my identity that I'm sharing with you. But I found a Bible, and somehow the words started leaping off the pages for me. So it went from thou shalt begat, you know, to like, did you guys know that God buried Moses and nobody knows where he is? I mean, I would be in school feeling like suddenly I had this relationship. So I showed up at a hospital with all these kids, and we're ready to give, right? Because the Bible said, visit the sick, right? So I have all these kids, we're going to visit the sick. And they're like, do you have an appointment? Did you talk to the chaplain? And so I get on the phone with the chaplain. He's like, where do you go to church? I tell him I haven't been to church. I tell him my whole story, go to his church. And that began my like connecting it all. But why do I bring that up? Because in that moment, I went from the identity of someone who's lost and drifting and moving and nothing's certain and no one is there for me and I'm alone in the world and everybody's abandoning me or using me or doing something, to suddenly I had a God who loved me, who cared about every breath that I take, who cares about everything in my life, that has a calling for me. Right? So whether you believe this or not, that is the moment I began to identify with there is a higher calling, a higher purpose, that there is a protector that is listening to me, right? And that identity moves me to talk about who are you identifying with? Because I'm going to tell you, even though my journey has shifted all over, God the Mother, God the Father, I absolutely know that I would not be who I am without the strong belief that there is a higher God that loves and cares for me and that is operating and that is put inside of me a destiny, just like there is inside of you a blueprint, a destiny, an experience that only you can bring in the world. The fact that you are here is evidence that you are magnificent, that you were made for this moment, that right now, this moment can be the greatest moment of your life. And it can be the greatest moment of your life if you choose that. And guess what? Right now, Eric, this is our only moment. This moment, this one right here, wherever you are, wherever you're sitting, whatever you're doing, you have the moment that you're in, and it can be the greatest moment. And guess what? You know what's funny? Is that was my first awakening in identity, right? And then you saw how messy it got. But I have a belief that I am loved through all of that I am blessed through all of that there is something greater in me than what is in the world, that my old identity has been done away with, and that I have a new identity risen in Christ, that I have a new identity that can say unto the mountain, be thou removed, right? This is my identity. So maybe you have an identity that the universe, I've done that law, I helped with the movie The Secret, right? That the identity, but tap into that version for you. Because when I think I can say unto the mountain, be thou removed, because that is what has been said true. We all have mountains. You have mountains. You have overcome mountains, right? I know some of you have overcome some crazy mountains, and some of you have a mountain right here, right now. But you know what? There are also people that you are right now able to help move their own mountains, right? Right? You're called to that. You're called to help people move the mountains. So who are you identifying with? And that who for me starts with God, right? And then it starts with who am I hanging out with? Eric Sorensen, Livia, Les Brown, you, people that are contribution minded, that are here to create something magnificent, not only in their lives, but for their children, for their children's children's children, that are here to represent all the ancestors that came before them and fought with all their life to learn certain lessons that now live in your DNA, right? Why? So who and why? And you know, I'm all about connection. I'm watching the time, so don't worry. So now as I'm going to bring it back to identity and breathe and take a drink of water. The new identity has risen. Yes, Al, you're a new creation in Christ. We all are. right? We all are. You heard Les Brown say that in order to become who you're meant to become, you have to let go of who you've been. So you guys are awesome. I know you. I watch you. I see you. You're doing incredible things. Eric just did some incredible things. But guess what, Eric? You have to give up who you've been, right? To become what you're called to. You said yesterday, 5 years from now, you're not even going to believe who you've become because you would have never. And in order to do that, you have to give up everything, even the great things that you have already been, right? And for me, that is not just the who are you identifying with at the higher level, but then let's take this who and mix it in a why as I start to wrap it up here. So I have a 12-year-old daughter. I have 2 grown men. They are beautiful. I have been blessed. I was so grateful that their grandparents on their dad's side prayed with them every single day. They prayed for me every single day. They're articulate, gorgeous, fit, amazing, kind humans. One lives in Japan, one lives in Dallas, one got a scholarship in Notre Dame. And he did that on his own, an academic scholarship, and one is pursuing entrepreneurship, right? And my daughter's on the SMU track team, so here's one thing, like all of our parents were unhealthy, all of our parents. In my family I'm talking the fathers, our parents and grandparents were not healthy, right? But all my kids have 6-pack abs. I don't have a 6-pack, but they have 6-packs, right? Because we shifted the identity. So I want to remind you again what you identify with. If you identify with, I'm not healthy, we have diabetes, we're lazy, we're just big boned, then that's the life that you're going to have. And that's the life that your kids are going to have. But if you identify that I'm more than a conqueror, I'm a champion, I'm healthy, I'm vital, I'm alive, I'm brilliant, I'm magnificent, I love myself, I am loved and I am loving, I'm gracious, I'm generous, I'm spiritually risen, I activate the vibration in other people and call forth the highest and greatest good. That's one of my core prayers. Then that is going to be what shows up in your environment. You're going to get around champions, right? So watch who you're identifying with. If you're identifying with divisiveness, if you're identifying with divorce, if you're identifying with broke asses, if you're and everybody has a moment, all right? Everybody has a moment. But do you identify with those things? Because what you identify with is who you're going to become. Now, my 12-year-old daughter, let me bring it there as I start to pull it in. So she's at an age, she did something. I told Eric, and I'm not going to say what she did because I want to honor her, but it was a big deal. It was a very big deal. And because she did that, and the kids she did it with, we all started going, we thought these are all good kids, actually. They're all very good kids. They're, active in school. They've got great grades. They communicate well. They're kind. But they did something, and we all started going, who are you hanging out with? What's really going on here, right? And there have been other moments where she wanted to hang out with someone that identifies a certain way, identifies as always sad, always down, always. And as a person that's like, kindness is important, lift them up. I'm going to be honest, as a parent, I went, but I don't know if I want her starting to mope around like this person all the time. And it was a moment where I had to look at my values. Like I say, I value kindness. But I also talk about inner circle. So it was one of those moments where I had to wrestle with myself. And if you're a parent, you know the moment. And then I've seen some other things. My sons, there are 2 different books that it's an author that they've read that is all about manipulation of power, right? They've read a lot of other great books, thank goodness. And they've done a lot of other great work. But I noticed when they were reading those books that they started to become very cynical and to see the world a certain way. I have a guy friend that I've known for 20 years. And about 15 years ago, he read a book that had him identify that there is no God. And he's so logical that he locked himself so far in it that it's like trying to believe in Santa Claus again. And he's told me at times, I wish I could activate this, but I just can't. And it's changed him. He's an amazing human. And I absolutely believe that Spirit is advocating for him, that he's loved, that he's all of that. And when I say God, I'm not saying a certain religion. You all have your own beliefs. And that's not what I'm talking about. But what I'm talking about is when he began to identify with a certain philosophy, how it shifted him. And if you watch your children, I see these cliches even more, because if they start listening to a certain type of music or start doing certain things, it shifts them. It shifts how they show up, what they do, their work ethic. Are they an athlete? Are they a musician? Are they a depressed person? Are they a mad person? Are they a happy person, right? So what I'm inviting you to look at is, who are you identifying with? What are you identifying with? And my invitation is that you consistently hold a standard for not just your identity. That's the basics that we're going to run again and again in life. Like, who am I? What do I want? What are my core values? What do I believe in? Who are people that align with that? What projects align with that? But I want you to start to question, what am I identifying with when I hook into this? When I'm watching this, why am I watching this? What am I identifying with? And if you want to go from 10K to 100K, and most of you know that's, the stance of this, and most of you know that I'm usually about connection and strategic alliances. But the first alliance is with you and your creator. What did you come here for? What are you going to stand for? What is the vision? Because guess what? Yes, you'll be accountable to how you made other people feel and what they did while you were around. But at the end of the day, at the end of your life, whether you believe in God or not, the thing you're going to be accountable for is, how did I care for this? What did I do with this gift of this journey, of this voice, of this body? And what I want to invite you to do is something I did for myself. As I started to imagine, because I used to be like, God loves me, I'm unique. And then I'm like, but God loves everyone, Blah. God loves everyone. Why did he get better hair? Eric, I bet a lot of guys think that about you. Why did he get such a strong jaw? Why did he get, right? But here's what was a game changer for me, is that I really believe that my spirit, my higher self, that chose I believe I chose it with God to come into this physical plane, that I want to be her in that life, in that body, with those circumstances. And here's why: I want to help those people. I want to overcome these things. I want to experience XYZ. And I believe that higher self, that even when you're not loving yourself, gets that heart going in agreement with God, that continues the journey, is absolutely adoring, in love with, behind you. And you're going to be accountable for how you took care of that person. How did you feed them? How did you speak to them? Did you go, oh, you're to blame, you, right? For me, ownership, I can get like extreme ownership. Some of you beat yourself up. Do you beat yourself up when you're down? Or do you say, you know what? Okay, that was a mistake. How are we going to fix it? I believe in you. I've got your back. I see your vision. I know that you can do this. And I want you to believe in yourself the way you want your children to believe in themselves. For those of you that are parents or nieces or the children that we're standing behind, I want you to get so behind your back, because that is the life you're going to be accountable for at the end. Is, how did I play it? How did I take up space? I have to remind myself, did you go, oh man, 10 years ago, I would have really rocked it. Guess what? You're as hot as you're ever going to be unless you change it. But you're definitely as young as you're ever going to be, unless we come up with some new invention. Thank you, Elon Musk, and all the scientists working, right? This is the moment. So how do you identify? What are you identifying with? Who are you identifying with? And why? And I brought the kids up in the why, because for me, my children knowing that they are everything, that they can't, that everything they need is inside of them, that they are fully supported, not just by me, by all their peers, but by God, that they have angels encamping around them, that there is something that was started in them that will be completed. And then feeling that in their darkest nights and their deepest failures, and having the courage to walk forward powerfully and make the most of it. That's what I want for them. And that's what I want for you. You are mission driven. You have an identity. All right. But it's up to you to fortify it. And it's up to you to protect it. It's up to you to get in the rooms with people that have what you want to have, that are what you want to be, that are doing what you want to do, and that inspire you to do more and inspire you to do it in your unique way. So I'm going to cool it down now. I use the timer, and I'm so grateful for all of you. You know that what we're standing for is twofold. We're standing for you as entrepreneurs, that you grab your identity, you grab your vision, and that you live it to the absolute maximum. And that's not just income. It is income because you can do things with income, but it's with your children, with your family, with your adventure, with your peace, with your love, with your full expression. Because when we get behind you, we know what you do. You mobilize armies, and you get behind people and you help them move their mountains, right? And there are mountains only you can move, and there are mountains only you, that you're called to help certain people move, and only you can do it. Mesa is a mountain mover for me regularly, and a mountain blesser, and a mountain, right? And then we're here for the children, right? There are children right now in the USA. The USA is the #1 consumer of sex trafficked children. And what we're standing for is that every kid gets to be safe. And right now we've aligned with Project Uprise and a place called the Harbor in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And it intercepts, protects, and rehabs kids who have been trafficked, and it keeps them from being trafficked. They close at 9 p.m. every day, and they're open Monday through Friday. So the game of contribution that we're playing is contributing to you so that you get moving and you activate the people in your life. You activate the vision. You make this your greatest moment. And then we're taking and we're giving you an offer that you know about. I'll bring Eric up in a minute. And then we're taking that money and the event money from August, and we're giving it to this charity. Our goal is $150,000 so that they're open 24/7, 7 days a week. And that helps a lot of kids. And so we're doing it through our offer. You know, it's an amazing offer. We'll bring that up. But before we bring it up, I want to say, if you feel called to do something with that, or you want to give and contribute, like, don't hold. Somebody out there could probably do the whole 150,000, right? I don't know if you're watching now, but like, you know, if you're moved to do something and you don't want to take up our offer, you don't want to do the offer, fine. But with the offer, we're giving you tools so that you can fortify the identity that you say you're here to be and to do. So thank you all for staying with me, and all the love in the chats. I didn't stop and read them all yet, but I will. I will. Eric, you're free to come on up.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You know, I have respect for people who are successful for sure. But you know who I have more respect for? People that are successful that have gone through hell and back. And in fact, most of the most successful people in my life that I've ever seen are the ones that have had severe challenges, have hit rock bottom. Like, your story was crazy inspiring. And I love that, because when I hear stories like that, they're like, oh, if they can do it, I can do it. I had a friend come to me just a couple of weeks ago at my house here on our ranch. We're sitting on the grass, and he's like, Eric, when you first moved to this area, I was intimidated by you. I said, what do you mean? He's like, I didn't want you to know who I was. And I said, who were you? And he talked about how he was a drug addict for years. He was put in prison, all these things. After he told me all of these things, knowing the person that he is today, my respect for him didn't go like this. It was the opposite of what he thought. My respect for him went through the roof, It was crazy. And how many of you, your respect for Adora and where she is now in life and the lives she's changed, your respect went up tenfold? Put 10x in the chat if that's you. I'm going to put it in the chat right now because that is me. Adora, that was amazing.
Oh,
That was absolutely amazing. So good. And as Adora mentioned, this is why we're here, right? We are here right now to help you guys to take things to the next level. I can promise you that nothing will change just by listening to this. It's great. It feels good. It's amazing. We start to feel like amazing for ourselves. Mesa 20X. Yes. Yes. I love it. So good. So good. R. Smith. I'd love to know your first name. R. Smith. We should have a contest. What's R. Smith's first name? 10X.
Right.
Come to chat. Beautiful. Because nothing will change until you take a step forward. Nothing will unlock in you until you actually take forward and take some action. And as Benjamin Hardy said in this book, Be Your Future Self Now, that most of the time, 94% of the time when an entrepreneur hit a pivot point and finally broke through was when they made a financial investment in themselves, usually through a program just like this. So I know we have our speaker and we're behind time here. He'll be joining us in a second, but I just wanted to quickly review Rich with Connections Ultimate. You will get this program. Remember, we're here volunteering. We're not getting any of this money. This is all going to our efforts for eliminating human trafficking and the Harbor Center. Your network is your net worth. Rich with Connections with Adora. You just heard from her. Like, you get to understand her connections and how her connections can change your life. To 2-day business, online business mastermind with Adora as well. This is new.
It's the profitable connections. I know you can't see it in the dark. They added the graphics since I threw it out there yesterday.
All right. So you get this 2-day online business mastermind. Of course, my program, it's a 3-day program, 100K in 100 days. You guys get VIP into that to really understand what that is all about. And then, of course, the Les Brown experience, 2 days in Atlanta. And this is going to be a small, intimate setting of just 100 people. And here's the thing. You realize that with these programs and rubbing shoulders with Les Brown for a couple of days in Atlanta on August 19th, I think it is. Think about the opportunity for you to 10x your life, 10x your income, and a small investment of $2,500. Like, that's nothing. Imagine if you're making a 6-figure income per month. That's absolutely nothing. That's a drop in the bucket that will propel you to essentially who you want to become, as Adora had mentioned. So please make sure, would you guys throw up, please, Project Uprise, would you guys please throw up the URL in the chat so we can make sure that everybody can join that right now? There it is right there. The Uprise team is an amazing team. AccelerateMyLegacy.com. Please, please, please invest in yourself. And of course, help us, again, as volunteers for Project Uprise, to be able to help eliminate human trafficking. One last thing. Last week, when I told you how we'd raised $150,000 for human trafficking at my event, it was truly a magical moment. More magical than having $1 million day for me. Like, that was great. I'm not talking much about the $1 million day. Everybody that is texting me, everybody that I've been talking to the last few days, it's like, did you see what happened on stage? This miracle of how this just seemed like, well, what we would call viral, but in person viral. And people just kept coming up. I'll add 10,000. I'll add 10,000. I'll add 20,000. And we raised $150,000 in 10 minutes.
Wow.
Totally not planned that way either. It was one of the greatest moments of my life. So making an income is amazing, but what you do with that income is what really makes life incredible. So thank you, Adora. That was an amazing hour. Unbelievable. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you. And I know we've got a speaker coming up, but I couldn't agree more about when you always hear give, but when you're actually in the offer that we're laying out, giving to yourself, giving to your future self, giving to your business, ensuring that you have Eric walking along with you, me walking along with you in these very intimate settings, because they all are, both virtually and online. It'll all be in Zoom. I was alone in that boarded up home, but you don't have to be. I wasn't alone. God was there. Rose Cade, the Herbalife lady, was there, but you don't have to be alone. And then knowing that all that money is going to go to this place I just think it's a contribution when we choose to do it. It's not just so that we give and it's some due to the universe or to God. It's because as we contribute, we get infused to give more. You know, we get inspired, we get moved to make more happen. So yeah, go to the link, acceleratemylegacy.com.
All right. Well, we are so excited to bring up our next guest, our next contributor. And I'm going to introduce you to him. His name is Josh Brown. And like Danny, who spoke on day one, we call him the webinar whisperer. Oh, yeah, there's Danny right there. Great timing, by the way, on that, guys.
It was quick.
I think I might be calling him the course whisperer, because he is probably the best that I know in the industry of creating courses that convert. He and his wife, I know personally, they're incredible people. They are changing the world. And like, I am so excited to bring onto the stage Josh Brown. How you doing, Josh?
Hey, how y'all doing? Eric, Adora, how are y'all doing? I'm
Great.
actually in my cabin here.
In Montana at the Yellowstone Ranch. No.
It is. We're in Idaho, actually. And I'm actually here at a mastermind event. But when Eric asked me to come speak to you, this is something that for me, it's basically my mission to empower people with leaving their legacy through knowledge. And if I can help them in any way maximize those results for those people, they're leaving a legacy beyond themselves. And I was just like, we had to make this happen so we could talk to everybody and all the great speakers here, showing everybody their craft. And I just was so blessed that you all asked me to be here. So thank you.
Wonderful, Josh. We're blessed that you are here as well. Yeah. So we will give you the screen and take it away.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I wanted to do was give you a little background, because you're just thinking, okay, random guy on a computer screen, what is it about? Well, my name is Josh Brown. I am also known as the course guy or the course whisperer, which I think I like Eric's much better than mine. And my background is, just to give you a little reference, is I had years actually in online learning and distance learning, and I was a teacher for over a decade. And then I decided to leave all that behind and start working with entrepreneurs and other specialists to build their online courses. And I started noticing things that as entrepreneurs are little separations that take just conveying knowledge to epic results for their clients. Not only do they get results, they love your content and keep wanting to come back for more. And that's what I'm going to give you today. So I'm going to switch this up a little bit, because I got a little intel from Eric earlier, and I said, hey, what's the vibe been? And he's like, people have been sharing in slides and things like that. And I wanted to break that wall for a second with you all, because I thought some of you might have seen, oh, course guys, you have a bunch of slide decks. I'm not. I'm going to show you why right now, particularly because we've got a lot of power coming up. So what I want to do is, everybody who's watching right now, when you have your pen and paper ready, have the notes ready, and I'm going to cue you when I want you to take notes. And this is the reason why, is when we see it, we hear it, and we write it, we remember it more. Okay. So I want you to engage with what I'm doing. Okay. And, drop in the chat, take notes of yourself, all of those things, so we can be engaged with this. So as I said, Josh Brown, and I work with people to convey their knowledge to their audience through epic online courses. Now, the first thing I wanted to do when we're going through this is really tell you that there's a lot of terms out there. And I'm just going to say course for this presentation. It could be an online training. It could be a membership area, any of those things as we're going through. And when we're going through all this, just think about how I'm going to convey my knowledge to my audience. Okay. And when we're going through all of this too, I want you to have an open mind that you might be doing some of this now, and it's just because it's a skill set, it's a craft that you're going to hone as we're going through this, okay? And what my promise to you in this presentation is that when we're going to do this, I'm going to show you how to plan your course. We're just going to be rapid fire, everybody, okay? But it's going to be planning your course, engineering the content, okay? So it maximizes results with the minimum amount of time. So the minimum effective dose they need to get. I'm going to show you how to review that content so you maximize those results later on. And on top of it, how to build maintenance, how to keep adding to it so that it stays evergreen and fresh for decades. Okay. Does that sound like a good promise to everybody? Can I get a heck yeah in there? Okay. Now, what we're going to do is this. I'm going to drop a little geeky educator term. Okay. No, nobody get, pulled back from this. It's a curriculum. When we say we're planning for a course, we like to call it a curriculum. It's the same as an outline. We just throw, a big term on it in there. And it's just a specific way you plan your course. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in the curriculum and we're just going to say plan it. Okay. And there's a very particular flow of this. Now, mind you, I was an educator for a decade and I actually had to teach people that didn't want to be there. I taught technology education in the public schools. I taught video, graphics, wood shop, which this room right now, totally my happy place right now. And by the way, still got all the fingers, which is pretty epic if you've been a shop teacher. And when we're planning all this out, it was something that I realized when we were going through and having to deliver all this content in mass. And if I could keep their attention for honestly a bunch of 20-year-old, 20 high school students who necessarily didn't want to be there, but I could get them to know and love the content, your clients and your tribe want to be there. So think about how much more impact you can even get for that. Okay. So the flow when you're building your trainings, okay, is very particular. Okay. And when you do this, what you're going to do is give them a clear view of how to get to the success. Okay. And you're also going to trigger emotional responses and you're going to trigger analytical responses. So you're hitting all those brain centers and all of those things. So your audience will actually be chemically, in a very good way, addicted to your content through dopamine. They're going to love what you do, not just for the knowledge, but also the overall rush they get from the success. Now, why is this so important that we want to take the time to get this right and not just throw up some videos in a member area and things like that? Okay, that has its place. It's like things like master classes and things like that. But if you're building a full program for people, if you're building a transformative experience, this is one of the original commodities as humans we ever did. Think back to when the cave paintings, they were telling the story and the method to do the thing. It's the original thing we documented as humans, and it's leaving a legacy. And that's why we need to take the extra time to get this right, is you're leaving a legacy of all of that content, okay? So when you're creating your flow of your trainings, what you're going to start with is every time intro when you're doing something new, when you're bringing in a new nugget of information, tell them why it's there. Why do you do that? It's simple. You have to resell them on everything else in the world is not as important as what you're going to be teaching them right then. Because there's a lot of distractions. There's pop-ups coming, there's cell phones, there's all sorts of other things out there that are going to try to distract them from your content. But you know that they need to be there. Okay. So you intro it. You're going to make them a promise and tell them what's there. So we now introed it. We told them a promise of what they're going to get if they stay around. So they're not up in the air of what's going to happen. Okay. And then this is the big thing. This is one of the number one things I hear people miss. And it's actually a trick of professional educators. Now I have all the way up to PhD hours in education. I'll save you all the super geeky background information on this, but you preview the steps. Okay, so now we told them what they're going to do. We made a promise on what they're going to get out of it. And now we're going to preview the steps. We're just going to give them the little overview. Like when you're on Google Maps, preview the route and it sort of gives you a map. That's what you're doing. Okay. And what that does is now the person's not left wondering what the heck is going to go on in that one video or several leading up after it. Okay. And then you teach. Okay. And I'm going to go into some detail here in a little bit. I'm going to foreshadow. I'm going to go over how you actually film this in an absolutely amazing, unique way. And then you teach. Why all that lead up? Because it's sort of like if you're going on a road trip. Okay. Imagine if you were with your friends and your friend said, "Hey, hop in the car and we're going to go on a road trip." What's the very first question you have that pops up? If anyone wants to drop in the chat, what would you say? Your friends hop in the car, and you're like, "We're going to go on a road trip." Everybody hops in the car. What's the first thing that's going to come out of their mouth? Where are we going? You've now told them, there's now the mystery is gone. Okay, so we now removed that. So we now walked them through it. We gave them all the path to where we're going to go. And then at the end, we give a quick review. Now, here's the really cool thing. Yeah, exactly. Where are we going? That's exactly it. Now, when we do that, how many times have I now told them what the content is? 3 times. They now heard where we're going in an overview. I went in detail and I reviewed it again. So you've now taught them 3 times in one go. So you're maximizing it. Yes, R. Smith, where exactly? Now, here's the thing. I now told you we're going to teach them, but how do we engage them? Okay. And we naturally, as humans, will want to really hone in on how we learn. You know, everybody's used to in school. Well, I'm an auditory learner. I'm a visual learner, things like that. There's a third one, by the way, for all the people who want to geek out. It's called kinesthetic. It's when you physically move things. And when you're going through and you're actually teaching them, what I always recommend, and this is something that you'll actually see a massive 10x difference in your results. Okay, everybody, make sure you write this down. Okay, so if you didn't write it down already, flow, intro, promise, steps, teach, review. Okay, everybody, intro, promise, steps, teach, review. Okay, now when we drop into this, you have to remember people are different types of learners. And as you've heard in some of the presentations earlier involving sales flows and things like that, is there's also different types of buyers. Well, those same buyers want to consume knowledge the same way. So as we're going through this, the very first thing we're going to do is make sure we have visual ways so the person can see it. They're going to see you on the camera. It's a ninja trick in your member areas. We're going to remember areas. I'm going to show you how to do an awesome way of doing it. You can type out the bullets of what you covered just super quick. Just these are the bullets. This is what we covered. And then if you take it an extra little step, you can even have a fill-in guide for them. So then they can take their own notes. It prompts them like, hey, take a note of this. Just like I'm having you do right now. I'm telling you, hey, go ahead and write it, because all those people like movement. They've now written it. They've now seen it. They've heard it, and they've written it. Pretty cool, huh? And now because you're triggered that, they've heard it 3 times and they've learned it 3 ways. Okay, and all of those things maximize the engagement and all of that as they're going through, and it minimizes the friction for them to learn, because not everybody there is going to want to basically consume the same content as everybody else. Okay, so as you're going through it, that maximizes the results. Now, here's the thing: how many people? Let's go ahead and type in the chat. How many of you are introverts, and how many we have extroverts? Let's take a little quick poll. How many introverts we have? How many extroverts we have? Just drop it in the chat. Let's see how many people we got. Now, not everybody is going to want to have some sort of a community vibe. But even the introverts in the room are going to take some energy from seeing those extroverts. So you now have all of these people who are loving your content and they want to be engaged, even if it's passive. Yep. I'm an extroverted introvert as well, by the way. And I'm actually have the persona on right now for all of you who are going through all of this. Yes, you can find your inner extrovert. Everybody can find it. Okay. Now, you want to have ways that people can engage with it. That's one of the hallmarks when we have our courses. And this doesn't take a ton of time, everybody. It really doesn't. You just have to have the time that they can have a way to do it. It could be a Facebook group. It could be a comment section that you just have a little call to action. Remember I said you put the bullets? Have a little call to action. There's going to be always some of those people who type those in. Okay. I'm envious, by the way, the extrovert on steroids. I wish I could be that outgoing. That's a superpower that people like can tag on. Okay. And when you're going through it. So you never want to require engagement because you're going to resist those introverts, but also those extroverts want to talk. So if you have those little common areas and you have a little bit of a membership area that goes with it, people will naturally build momentum in it. Okay. So that's one of the big things with it. Okay. Now, how many people are getting value of this? Anybody want to drop in a nugget you see out of here? Go ahead and drop it below. one of the things you have is a quick takeaway, okay? Because like that's going to ping other people of, hey, maybe I should pay more attention to that. As a community here, we're going to keep learning and we're going to push each other. We're doing that right now. I'm learning too. I'm taking notes. I'm thinking like, okay, what was that big aha moment? If you're having an aha moment, type aha and whatever it is in the chat, okay? Now, remember earlier I foreshadowed and I said those dopamine rushes, right? Well, when do you get them? Okay, when do you get like a dopamine rush? You have success. Well, here's the thing. If you have a course and it might last several hours of content, several days of content, or it's a membership experience, so it goes on a really long time, people are going to get run down. And they're going to be like, but when do I get the carrot? When do I get to the end? And so many people are afraid to give those wins. In fact, this is one of our signature frameworks when we're building ours. And we work with all the way from brand new course builders all the way up to 9-figure course builders. Okay. And when you're doing this is something we instill in every one of them, even if it's a tiny little master class that's 15, 20 minutes, if it's a course or if it's a full, very long membership. And it's micro wins, wins, and victory. So every time that person logs in, you need to basically tell them, hey, this is what you got. This is great that you showed up. This is great that you are here and open to learning. Okay. That will drive them to keep wanting to come back. They get the old pat on the back, like, hey, good job. When I was a teacher, I would, every time somebody even turned in a little bit of something, be like, hey, great job. Even if they didn't do the work well, they still attempted. Hey, you still showed up and we're still learning and we're going to get better together. So those are the little teeny things. The wins are little steps along the way. Show them that the progress they're making along the way. Again, they're going to get that dopamine rush of that, like, hey, I was there. And remember we said we foreshadowed everything we're going along. What's that thing they get at the end? That's victory. That's the thing they bought the program for. That's the thing they bought to show up and be part of the process. Okay. So that's our signature framework. Tell everybody where you're going, give them visual, auditory, and ways to write, and also give them those micro wins. Those are the 3 big takeaways I want you guys to have out of that. Okay. Everybody got it? All right. So now here's the next part. And this is one of the things that everybody in this year and even for the past couple of years has access to filming equipment and producing their content like never before. In fact, when I first got into this game, the equipment I have on right now would have easily cost over $100,000 minimum. And for a couple $100 or even less, you can give your quality an upgrade. Because here's the thing. We live in a world right now of YouTube. In fact, some of you are commenting from YouTube right now. Some of you are like consuming all these other pieces. And we have since 2020, when people had to start consuming stuff online, the quality we see immediately is resonant in what we see as immediate perceived value. It's just like whether somebody shows up and they're dressed well and ready to go, or if they're not. We immediately in that first few seconds make the assumption. So when you're producing this content, we need to take a little bit of time to make sure it works. Now, listen, you do not have to go over the top on this. I see a lot of people get, analysis paralysis in this. But if you just have crisp, clean video, you have great audio quality on it it can be just very simple equipment. In fact, you can use on iPhone or Android, turn your 4K iPhones into a webcam. You'll get amazing quality. Get a $30 or $40 USB mic from Amazon, put that in front of you, and just make sure the room is nice, brightly lit, and you are immediately going to have a head over tails of so many other people, okay? And because you have so much knowledge, you want to leave this legacy, but if they don't come in the door and stay with the perceived value, they're not going to get what you want out of it, okay? So we need to take time to do that. And the same thing with your slide decks. If you are going to be presenting slides, make sure when you're going through it that those decks are super easy to read, because here's ultimately a thing. This is the inconvenient truth. Many of them are going to be on their phones. And do you want me sitting there of them having to stare super close at their face, right? Not really a good look to have those people. So have slide decks are easy to read and all of that. You are going to be in the 1% of course creators. I don't know how many of you have gone online recently and taken a look at some people, their courses. They have great intentions. They might have the world's best content, but nobody's sticking around for it. I want everybody here, since you showed up here to level up, I want you to be able to also level up your community that's waiting for you. We all have knowledge people want, and I want you to be able to have them stick around and love it. Okay? So that's the big trick with this. Okay? Make sure your quality of your flows and your look is there. That's the reason why people will stick around. That's why people will buy more of your programs. That's why people will talk about your programs and let other people in on it. That is one of the big secrets, because unfortunately there's a really pervasive thing around here of just, as long as the knowledge is good, then people will buy it. Well, the problem is like, you haven't built the rapport yet. You haven't had that long investment in them. And ultimately, here's the thing. If there are people out there that have a huge reputation behind them and they're still taking the time to have an amazing visual experience for that person, shouldn't you do it too? I know I do. And using these same tricks, I actually have people regularly comment on all of our content when we coach our clients in doing it, and that they see that difference. And it's one of the things they actually comment, I love the quality of the content. Those you don't see anywhere else, because we know that that visual value has to be there, everybody. It has to be there. And if you instill your knowledge with the flow and also the production techniques, you are going to over the top deliver to them. You want to over deliver. One of my mentors, Russell Brunson. In fact, Eric is also, been with Russell. He constantly says, over deliver. We want to over deliver in every way. We want to over deliver in prepping our clients. We want to over deliver in how we get the results for them. And we want to over deliver in the perceived value, because we all consume things like even amateur content on YouTube and things like that. People spend a huge amount of time on it. If somebody's paying for your knowledge, or at least giving you their time for your knowledge, which is our one basically asset we can never get more of, you owe it to them to make the most out of your content. Okay. Yeah. Can I get everybody level up? Can I get a level up in the chat? Like, level up your content. Okay. That's what you have to do with this. And then you will master your audience. Okay. Now, if you notice, I'm not talking a lot about the marketing side of this, because with this method, as soon as you get them in the door and they love it, every time you go out there and deliver content, you're going to have waiting people for you because they know and love you, and you've delivered on the promise. Okay. So that is what we need to make sure we do. Okay. I love the energy of people. Tiffany, thank you so much. That type of energy, taking the notes, getting all of those things, those are the people that are going to be action takers on this. Okay. Now, I said we were going to do the same thing. I told you where we're going with it. Now, here's the thing. We have our content plan. We're getting those people that are visual, auditory. We got them. We gave them the path. We told them where they're going. And we now open the gates, and we now have some people that are taking it. And this is where we have to take the ego and throw it away. Okay. This is actually something I was in an event with a whole bunch of other basically entrepreneurs, consultants, coaches, all different areas. And I was asking, I was like, hey, giving them value, just like here. And I said, how often do you check your, things like completion rates, things like that? And they get really awkward, because it's something that they awkward because they don't. Because it's sort of one of those things is you have to open yourself up to, I need room for improvement. Now, remember, I said this is a way to leave your legacy, your knowledge for other people. And when you do that, you also have to realize sometimes people change. Sometimes what you think people are going to resonate with isn't necessarily going to resonate with everyone. And that's when we have to start taking time to review it. Okay. And there's really easy ways to do this. Okay. You don't have to have some deep analytics or anything like that. I'm not going to list off all the member platforms and things like that. Okay. But these are the big things you need to look at. These are big 3 items. Okay. Everybody, big three things you always want to look at in any of your contents, masterclass, whatever it is. Okay. Everybody ready for it? It's really simple. 1, completion rates. See how many people get to the end. You might find out that you have an amazing completion rate in your program, which is what we all want. If you follow the steps I gave you, you will. Okay? Look at the completion rates and look at what the percentage is. Look at how many people, might drop off at a certain point. Like you have 5 units, and on unit 3, a whole bunch of people fall off. Like, well, instead of being like, oh man, well, they're just not motivated, or they're not, they're just not engaged or whatever. Like, think about like, oh, is it because it was on them, or is there something that I could do to help them move forward? Do I need to have a motivational piece here? Was it one video that just people didn't resonate with? What was it that stopped them from moving forward? Because here's the thing: if people finish programs, they like to brag on your programs. You also deliver on the promise, and you can keep making it better, and they'll tell you how. So that's how we're doing it. We're sitting there, we're just go, hey, how many people completed it? You can also do this by looking at your video views. If any of you do make YouTube videos or anything like that, or do webinars, in fact, it's something, Danny talks about quite a bit. He's a buddy of mine, and is where in the webinar people fall off. Because remember, I said at the very beginning, is that you have to keep reselling your content. Just like a webinar sells your content, you have to keep reselling them of the value you're here. Okay? Because you have to fill that promise. You have to fill your legacy of delivering that knowledge. And if you're not able to find out, like, oh, hey, this one video, I'm going to give you actually a little quick story. I was working with a client, and they were trying to figure out, where they were having problems with people getting to the end. They realized not a lot of people were getting to the end. Remember I said that trick of seeing what the video views are, like what videos people fall off. He had a 22% drop off of people not getting to the end for one video. Switch that one video, people all of a sudden kept going through because they hit that one, and people didn't want to be like, hey, I didn't like this video. But we can take the evidence, we can do the research, like we can get into the background of this and go, hey, okay, that one video all of a sudden made that huge difference. We switched out that one video, all of a sudden it skyrocketed because people hit that one bit of resistance. You might be thinking that's not really smart. It's like, we're all adults, like we should say something. People don't like to speak up. Remember, we're super passionate about what we teach. So, we don't want to say something, I really don't like what you're putting out there. Or we grew up in schools where if you raised your hand and went, I don't get it, what did the person behind you tap you on the shoulder and go, put your hand down, right? I don't know. Any of you had that, like the hand raisers, or the person behind you putting like, put your hand down? It's like, thanks, I'm trying to learn something. You're telling me not to learn. Great. We're so programmed to not be confrontational with it. Okay. So with that, you can find out how they can move forward more. Okay. Now here's the really cool one. And this is a ninja trick I have basically sort of kept as a next level technique. Anybody want to know this absolutely ninja trick of the top performers? Now, if everybody doesn't want it, I won't drop it. But if anybody wants to drop it, yeah, give it to me in the chat. I'll let you in on it, because this is one of the things that is the quickest way to improve your program and get the maximum results and have a tribe of loyal followers. Your tribe to be there. Okay, Tiffany's in on it. Okay, I'll drop it for you. And this is the reach out. What you're going to do is you're going to take and find some people in that program. And mind you, if they buy a course from you or a membership, it might not be one-to-one. It might be group coaching. It could be just a consuming thing. But you've got your contact information. Contact them. Say, hey, I saw you bought my program. Or, hey, I know you're in here. I would love to sit down with you, give you some value, and I'd love to get some feedback in the program, make it better for everybody. You've now just offered them a super high value thing, some one-to-one coaching. And you're then getting the feedback from them on ways you can make your program better. So now this person, like I've done this with my own programs, of randomly pick 5 or 10 people, message them, email them to say, hey, I'd love to hop on a free 30-minute call with you. I'll answer any questions you have. All I ask is I'd like some feedback so I can help improve the program. Are you in? About 90% of the people will say yes. So now you have firsthand accounts of people that can tell you how to make your program better for everybody else. Nobody does this, but the results are maximized. All of our clients that do the reach out have the best programs in the game, because they're getting the direct feedback. It's not filtered. They can watch their body language on the Zoom. You can ask them in-depth questions. They were like, well, I got a little lost in a section. Oh, how did you get lost in this section? Because also the introverts who aren't going to necessarily comment in the chat, but will hop on a one-to-one, sometimes have the best information when you're going through it. So you can do that little bit of a reach out in there, and you are going to have a loyal group of followers all day long. How ninja is that? Because here's the thing, a couple of minutes. That's all it takes. And then all of those people are going to go in and then say, hey, I got on a call with, whoever, and it was amazing. They solved all my problems, and they truly love the program. And here's the thing, none of this is shady, because you're here to learn and level up. And if you're building a course, to leave your legacy, okay? So you want it to be the best. So that's why you're doing it. Now, that was, I know I absolutely went ham and dropped all of this in here. And I'm going to let you in. Hot topic right now is memberships. How can you take this and turn it into a membership? Well, it's really simple. Everybody's membership takes exactly all of those things. Loving Life's Journey, thank you very much. I love the energy. Thank you so much. By the way, I see people dropping by on the comments, so like I'm trying to catch them as I go because my screen's way down here. So if I miss you, thank you so much for the comments. Is how do you take a course and turn it into a membership? Okay. Well, memberships start with a foundation. That's your core course. That's the entry level, 100 level program, gets people in, gets you indoctrinated in the culture, tells them the basic things they need. And then the membership part of it, this is the maintenance. Remember I said like those calls, what people say they'd love to help on, you can turn into live Zoom calls. Deliver to them, hey, I'm going to drop this to you and give you some amazing value. Hop on my Zoom. Just have them scheduled each week. So you're constantly building that inventory. If you realize when you did your research with the video, like one of them didn't hit home, say, hey, be open and transparent, be vulnerable with them and say, hey, I realize some people are having trouble with X. I'm going to go on and do a live training for you, and I'm going to answer all your questions. Now you have a new piece of content to drop in there. Use the same frameworks I did, get the feedback, and then you can just re-record that one piece. Okay. Now, that is the way you can just convert it. And you just have weekly calls. You have the core piece. They come in when the person buys, you get the dopamine rush of you fulfilled your promise. Then each week you can keep going in there and over delivering that value, building the legacy, building the content for all of those people. Okay. Now, left this to the end for all the people that hung around, because this is the secret sauce for all of this content. Small bites. Okay. Small bites, everybody. We all love to get on a roll. And a live event like this is different. I've been talking for 37 minutes. It's a different energy. I'm asking you for feedback and all those things. If you do a masterclass and you have people on live Zoom, it's a different feel and vibe to it. But when you're recording all this content, 7 to 12 minutes, each video, even if it's 2 hours worth of content to walk somebody through it, 7 to 12 minutes, break it up, because that's what our attention spans are right now. So if you give them the path, teach them 3, like I showed you, basically preview, steps, walk them through it, give them the review, hit the auditory, the visual, and the people so they can write, and then break those up into those small bite videos so people can go in and consume it on their own. You are in a 1% course builder world that most people cannot touch. And this is the power of this. And I wanted to save this to the end because legacy is most important. Without creating revenue to build that legacy, it's hard to do it. The online course and training world is getting more niche by the day. So focusing on those super specific things is really, really important. Then on top of it, when you throw in the fact that it's a $325 billion industry, and that is a statistic by Forbes, by the way, you have an opportunity, no matter how small. You're probably thinking there right now, well, who's going to pay me for my knowledge? I don't, I don't understand that people are putting free stuff out there. Well, there's always free options, but then there's always people that fall in love with your content and they want to be able to be mentored by you, whether it's digitally or in a one-to-one situation or group, and you still have to deliver that content. Okay. And you can build that tribe. You can build that legacy behind you. You can impact literally millions of people if you follow the path and you maximize your results. So, everybody, I implore you, the world is waiting for your knowledge. It just takes a second to step out there, plan your content, raise your hand and say, I have something awesome to give to this world. I have this ability and I want you to have it too. Let's work together so I can level you up. That's all it takes. You just have to raise your hand. People are wanting it. Be a leader and show them that. Leave your legacy. And by doing this, you are giving your energy to the world and leaving a legacy and an impact beyond yourself, because it trickles down. They're going to share your content to other people. They're going to teach what you taught. And that is how we build an amazing world and impact on others. That was a lot, everybody. So, Eric, I want to take, if you have specific questions, Adora, if you want to open any of these things up, I'd be happy to answer questions. Eric, if you want me to go deeper on any of this, you and I have worked together before all these things. I'm here for you.
We have, and I would love to ask you really quick, how's the mastermind going?
Yeah, I'm actually here with an amazing entrepreneur, Bart Miller, and he's a $1 billion cowboy, and it's absolutely amazing. It's we were joking around about the fact that people who start leveling up invest in themselves, not only in the time and time and money. That's one of the things that you do in building your own personal self and your business and all of that. And this event, and anytime you get together, like, I don't know why anybody, when they wouldn't join an event, wouldn't have a great time. You're not doing it right. So we're having a great time here. And if you're not having a great time, you might want to do some self-reflection. You really should.
Well, Bart's amazing.
So, yeah.
He's a dear friend of mine as well. He's just done some incredible things in his life. He's a cowboy as well, which is one of my favorite things. So I'll text him or call him every once in a while when I need some help with my horses, because I have no idea what I'm doing, but he does. So
yeah, apparently he's going to try to put me up on a horse later today or tomorrow. So I'll send you pictures. It should be rather comical, because I've not been on a horse since first grade. And we have a legit world champion cowboy. Tyson Dufresne is here too. So we have all of these legit cowboys. And then I'm going to try to look my best up on one.
Wow. Amazing. So when it comes to, is everything that you do course related, meaning your personal entrepreneur journey, is that essentially what you're doing? Or do you venture into other things like challenges that lead to a course, live events that lead to a course? Like, how do you lead people into your courses, I guess is what I'm saying. Or are you simply doing that by teaching people how to do courses?
My personal expertise is building the product. It's building the actual thing you will sell, whether it's for a marketing tool, like let's say a challenge. A challenge is just a specifically crafted course. That's really what it is. It has a flow, and you have to teach people. It's basically, and challenges and things follow a similar flow as like a webinar, where you still need to hit them. You have somebody for a really short amount of time, which actually, if it's okay with you, Eric, I'll drop an extra nugget on the format for those.
Oh, let's go.
Is one of the best ways for a challenge is maximum 1 hour on most people's content. This, where we have so many speakers here, is a unique animal. Okay, this is different. You have a lot of energy. Each person's an hour, and there's so much value. But one person on for a challenge, 1 hour is great, because what ends up happening is, remember, like a couple of minutes ago, I talked about there's analytical buyers, there's emotional buyers, and there's time bound. Well, I'm an analytical type person. I mean, educational researcher. I don't know where that came from, but what you have is those types of people just want, give me the facts, Jack, and that's it. And they got an attention span, even if it's engaging, and you're having them do things like with a challenge, it's little short pieces, but it's enough time in the hour to get those good stories going. It's good time to get them to be a little more emotionally invested, so you can create that change for them. So that's a really important part with it. So you still do the same flow because a challenge is a teaching webinar. You're really giving them actual real, not just the what's, but you are giving them the hows. And that's why we work a lot with people building a challenge, because it's still learning. So yes, we do work with those, even master classes, because even short things have to have an amazing format. It only takes a little bit for it to go off the rails.
Oh, love that. Great answer. We do have a question from somebody in the audience. How would someone who has content, but is just starting out to get the word out about that content?
Okay, that's actually when you're starting from, the new phase of things. And by the way, if you're asking that question, I applaud you, because you made the commitment to find a way to get there. So awesome. That is so good. And it's one of the easiest ways, and this is a free 99 way of doing this, is go ahead and change over. We like to call it a Facebook profile, Facebook funnel, excuse me. And you let people know what you're doing. You network with them. You over deliver the value. When I was just getting into this game, and I call business a game, it really is, because it's not a job, it's a game, because you're constantly learning and leveling up and practicing. And what I did was really simple. I created the banners on all my social. I said to the world, I raised my hand. I am the course guy. I am going to show you how to reinvent the way we do courses. And if you follow me, I'm going to help you level up, whether you stay with my free content or you want to dive in on my paid content. And I literally put it out there. And what I did was I then said, hey, if you're interested and want to geek out on these courses like I do, I have a free group. Once a week, I'm going to do a live training. I'm going to answer all your questions. And as a thank you for joining, I'm going to give you 90 minutes free training. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to over-deliver that training, because you're entrusting me with your email address to join my group. I'm going to make sure I over-deliver to you. So I over-delivered it. I actually, the program I did is I gave a master class. It was about 90 minutes of content on how to, for less than $150, have world-class video. That was what I did.
Wow.
It was like literally $150 or less, you can go in there and have it. So people were like, heck yeah. So I showed them a piece of the pie I'm building a course, because a lot of people are like, they get really hung up on the video. It's really funny. People get like so fixated on like, I got to have the lights right. I got to have all these things. Like, yes, you should have it right, but it's not hard once you know the tricks. See, like for me, that was a very easy topic to geek out on, because little backstory on this is I learned video and graphics and photography from my dad. My dad's Ken Brown, and he was actually the highest ranking naval photographer in the world and cinematographer.
Wow.
He literally wrote the book on it. I grew up with like a dark room in my house. So for me, it becomes naturally, and I didn't realize, and again, because I polled my audience, I asked them the question, it's not that easy for a lot of people, all the wires and, how to balance lighting and all of those things. And even I geek out a little bit, because I like one side of my face is a little warmer than the other, but we're mobile today, so we're going with it in perfect action. And so I dove into that, and I went with the thing that I could teach very easily first, that could get a big result for them, because all of them could sit down for 90 minutes. All of a sudden they saw 100% difference. That's what you all could do. Give them one thing, solve one problem, and then remind them to show up. Build your list. So that's the easy way to get it in. Teach them one big move, give them a community to show up in, and then once you've over delivered, make the ask. Say, hey, I'm going to have this thing. I'm looking for a few people to join me on the ride, and I guarantee you I'm going to over deliver. If you do that, you can build a business. I actually left my teaching career and was double what I had in the career. And this is not earnings quotes or anything like that. Just tell you my journey. I was able to offset it in 3 months using what I just exactly told you.
Wow.
And yeah.
I have a question, and that was so good. I just held up my hand because I know you're going soon. First of all, I love the cabin. I'm a Yellowstone fan, and my joke earlier was like, "You're there in Montana." No, Idaho.
The whole mastermind is a Yellowstone theme. Yes, we're all here in cowboy boots and flannels. It's pretty. So yeah. I mean, if you want to catch a jet, you can come on down.
Yeah. Well, I know a guy, Eric. I know a guy. So, I know you've won. Is it the Two Comma Club award?
I had multiple offers. I don't have one for this specific offer because we pivoted quite a bit on them. There's some rules on applying for it and things like that. We do have a business that did one like that. Actually, when I was teaching and our initial business, it tells you don't be afraid to pivot, everybody. My initial business I did was we bought a travel agency. Actually, we were one of the top travel agencies in the state of Virginia, and literally part-time in the evenings, we scaled it. Same techniques I just told you, except we were teaching people how to travel better with great content. We were one of the top travel agencies in the state of Virginia.
Well,
And
I was asking
that was how we
that
did it.
because I'm looking and I know that you've helped lots of people
Yep.
create wealth and you've replaced your own income. And I'm looking at Instagram and I see, because I'm excited to follow you and dive deeper, and I see you have like close to 500 followers. And the reason I bring that up is so many people focus on how do I get the fake followers? How do I get all? And many of our influencers had small social media accounts and if they don't have the awards, they have the success where, it's certainly coming across. And I'm bringing that in because you've addressed some of our questions in our audience. Those of you that are just starting, you gave great tools for using Facebook as a funnel. You don't need to focus on all the things, and everybody's going to tell you. You literally can have your freedom. You did it in 90 days. If you get with you follow the format
from zero.
Yeah. So see, follow the format, rewatch what you've been given, reach out to, you see his Instagram handle right there, JB, if you really want support and going further in that. But it doesn't take what you think. And actually, the sooner you get over that and jump in and get the cash, then you can pay for the scale and the influencer campaigns and the lighting deck and all the stuff that you need. That's the place, Eric, that we heard about earlier today.
Yeah. And the real big thing is when you're picking, I tell people until you have a loyal following on a social platform, don't try to do more than one. Like really hone in on that one platform, because you bleed time in trying to produce tons of content in multiple areas all at once, trying to do the LinkedIn post, trying to get a TikTok on, trying to get, Facebook stories during the day, try to do long form. Then you got to shoot an email. Like by the time you do all your social posts, you actually have not done any marketing to individuals. It's all just mass. So what we tell people to do is it's actually really easy. You can go just Google social media demographics and look where your ideal audience is. Do they primarily use LinkedIn? Are they primarily on Instagram? Are they primarily on Facebook? Like who's your audience you want to work on? So for us, we actually realized our people that we dealt with a lot are on Facebook and LinkedIn. So for us, like we have a very big following on Facebook. In fact, when
I looked at the
I was
wrong
at Funnel, yeah, exactly. So on Facebook, for example, I had about between 4,000 and 5,000 engagements on my post during Funnel Hacking Live this past fall. I actually had people at that event who I had never met in my life because I was just being consistent posting. And knowing my audience was on there, I had dozens of people walk up to me and go, "You're the course guy," and want to take a picture with me because I was putting myself out there. Which, by the way, for the introvert of me, I'm kind of like, "Hi," like, "Oh, I was not expecting this," and then it just was cool. The pressure of being the introvert went away because like people wanted to know it. And I again over delivered value and was like, "Hey, what's one thing you want to learn about your course?" Gave them value on the spot of something cool. And people were sharing my post and things like that. And we found a lot of our audience also because LinkedIn, by the way, if your audience is at all on LinkedIn, do not sleep on it, is exploding right now. And they have a great new functions our audience is on there. We have on LinkedIn, much smaller numbers, bigger results for a lot of times. No vanity metrics on LinkedIn. You cannot do it. We have, many engagements every day over there.
Awesome. But when you started, and if someone is starting, they don't, I mean, I remember when I first started with a course and no website, no funnel, no anything, I had my first $2,500 client, which was a big deal when it happened within a few months, and went on, to a 6-figure year without a proper funnel, website, anything, right? All the funnel hackers are like, why did you do that? You could have gone, you could have 10x instead of 2x, right, Eric? But they can start, is what you're saying, with this simple formula.
Yeah. And the thing is like, no, in fact, everybody has to start from zero. Like, I mean, there's very few people in the world who are like, okay, I'm going to drop 100 G's on getting a done for you social media team. I'm going to sit back and drink coffee and let them handle all that. And not only that, you're still not going to have an authentic person. That's somebody who's faking it till they make it. And actually, during a presentation by Jim Edwards, he had some, we'll just say, very colorful words about faking it till you make it. And be authentic. Like, hey, I'm new to this, but I'm a boss in this specific field. Like, I came in when I first started, like, hey, I was in some sales before I was a teacher, but I am awesome at teaching people how to build courses and get their knowledge to other people. And don't believe me? Show up for a day and I'll show you. And that's what I did, where I literally put out content. I showed people the awesomeness that I have, because you all have awesomeness too. I think people should own their awesomeness. And then they will engage with it. And that's the big thing with it, is you just have to take the step. Every great journey, every great path takes the very first step. And when you're building your business, it's a hike up a mountain. And this is the best analogy I have, is like, when you're building your business to the level of satisfaction you want. I prefer the word satisfaction over success. What you're satisfied for your result is, when you get up there on the top of that mountain, is you can do it yourself. And if any of you have hiked before, if you don't know the right path to take, sometimes you go off on the wrong one. Sometimes you step in the mud. Sometimes you do all of those, and it takes a lot longer to get up the hill. It's a lot harder to do it because you don't have anybody cheering you on. Is, even if you have a guide, you still have to take the first step. You are everybody else's guide. You need a guide. And when you take that step, that guide that you're going to be for your clients, and you get to level up by having somebody guide you too, it's like your Sherpa. They're going to go, hey, not that path. We need to go this one. It's over here. And if you start having that, you take that persona of being somebody's guide up the mountain. And again, remember what I said in building that course, it's just like a map. You tell them, you paint the picture of where they're going. Then they see you as the guide, they see you as the thought leader, and you will get the results that you promised them. And you will also trigger those emotional responses too.
Wow. Amazing. Josh, thank you so much for your time. This was absolutely amazing. Thank you guys for your questions as well. Enjoy Bard's
Thanks for having me.
And love to hear from you after. I would love to know how the rest of it goes.
Heck yeah. I am absolutely blessed to be here. Thank you so much. And I applaud all you're doing, helping everybody level up over these days. And also thanks to Les for putting on the event and all of that too. So thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. So one thing that I want to mention, just on the heels of what Josh said, which is really powerful. And yes, I get it that we want everything to be perfect. We want the lighting perfect. We want to be able to say the right things. We want to be able to project a certain way when it comes to creating video. And I truly believe that video is one of the best ways to create influence, because when you study it from a psychological and a neuroscience perspective, there's this like social space that we have. When somebody's about 3.5 feet in front of us, we have this feeling of connection, which, by the way, actually happens as much on a video than it does in person as well.
What?
I get it that you don't necessarily like get, the whole picture, but our brains feel that same connection when you're on video. Let me prove it to you. Dora, have you ever had a connection with somebody online and you feel like you know them, you feel like you connect with them and you've never met them, but you know everything about them?
Yes.
Have you ever actually had a dream about somebody you were like watching so many videos about?
Yes.
This is really sad. This is a confession I'm going to make live. I've never made it before. You know who's in my dreams all the time? All the time. Tony Robbins, I hang out with him all the time. I've been to his house several times. Real dreams. I know it sounds really weird. It's because I consume so much of his content. Same thing with like Brendan Bouchard and same things with other mentors that I've had over the years. I start dreaming that I'm hanging out with them and I'm learning from them. Or I've actually had dreams that I've spoken live on their stages, which by the way, might actually happen. So it's amazing what that can do when you can start creating a relationship with people and they know you, but you don't necessarily know them. Mm-hmm. Here's the key point that I wanted to make. And this is so critical. Please, please, please write this down. Done is better than perfect.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, when you pick up your phone and if you're waiting to make a video because the lighting's wrong or the sound isn't great or whatever that might be, guess what? Do it anyways. Who cares about the lighting? Because at first, honestly, I hate to say it, if you haven't done it before, you're going to suck. Just like I did the very first time. Adora, you probably as well. That's okay. You're only trying to find your voice to begin with. So if you start publishing daily, guess what's going to happen? You'll start finding your voice. And that's the most important thing. Alex Hormozi talks about this all the time. If you guys don't know who he is, look it up. He said, I spent the first year or so just finding my voice. That was it. So find your voice because yes, there's the book right there. And he's actually has another one coming out called $100 Million Leads. But when you find your voice, then things become very powerful. And just simply publish daily and work it out as it goes. You'll get better and better. Fix the lighting later, fix the sound later, whatever it might be, just simply be consistent. Because I realized yesterday when I talked about commit first and the 5 C's of commitment, we got into the offer and I didn't give you the last 2, which was 1, courage. It takes courage to commit first and be yourself. And 2, consistency. Consistency beats talent every time. Consistency beats talent every time.
Why is that? Well, why is that? Consistency beating talent.
Because consistency beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Meaning how many of you have met the most talented people in your world, but they never stepped forward into the darkness to become what they wanted to become? In other words, they wasted talent. And you know what else creates talent? Consistency. You know, are people so good because they're talented, or are they playing at the highest level because they've just done it for so long that it's now second nature or first nature to them? So it's amazing. Like McDonald's doesn't make the best hamburger. I'm sorry, they don't, but they're the biggest. Why? Go to McDonald's in Russia, go to McDonald's in England, go to McDonald's here. The best products don't win most of the time. Think about it. Think about that. The best products don't always win. The best influencers, the most talented influencers don't always make it to the top. You know what does? Consistency over time. So I wanted to just drop that little nugget and remember that those last 2 C's, have courage and have consistency. But I know, Adora, we have our next contributor here in the green room.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of, if you all are ready to meet one of the most talented people you will ever share space with, who actually use the talent, then you're in the right space. And Eric, this is that whole, I am so excited that we get to hang out with this level of champion. So we have Mr. Royce Gracie in our green room right now. So be sure to share this. He's one of the top MMA fighter in the world. Did the first jiu-jitsu, and you'll have to forgive me for this one, the first jiu-jitsu, the very first UFC fight, and changed the sport forever. And now we know there are all these other Gracie, but Royce Gracie is the Gracie that shifted it all. And just thank you again. It's so nice to see your face.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah. Thank you for being here with us. So I know I'd like to make your face bigger and mine smaller. So if the team is listening, that way we can see you better. Oops. Was that almost? I know that not only have you become and are such a global name and inspiration in Brazil, and inspiration to children. You have the Gracie diet, helping people know how you all move and at least eat like a champion. We have the opportunity to eat like a champion. I know that you also have so many gyms. So not only have you been able to really fight in a way most of us will never, we don't even want to fight like that. We're admiring you've actually been able to do that and inspire fighters all around the world. But you've also created a business and a legacy business, one that helps children learn to defend themselves, create more peace and confidence, and help people with health. So this event, we're helping entrepreneurs that are at about a 10K month that want to get to 100K. And they're all, really impact driven, and they have a bigger reason they're fighting for. So you're the perfect guest for us. So thank you so much for being here today.
My pleasure.
Yeah. So what do you think when you're thinking of your own journey, and you started fighting? For those people who don't know you, do you want to give us a little background of where that started for you?
Okay, my family, my father and my uncles, they learned the art of jiu-jitsu. We're not fighters, we're jiu-jitsu instructors. We teach martial art, okay? We do what we love. So for us, I don't work. I'm not working. I'm doing what I love. So it's not something that I have to get up and go to work and I look as a job. No, it's not. And my father didn't teach us how to fight. He taught us how to teach. And we just been doing it from a young age.
Yeah, but you fought and you won. So
well, okay, the fighting. Let me start from the beginning.
Okay.
My grandfather was doing business with a Japanese gentleman in Brazil. We're from Brazil. And the Japanese gentleman, in exchange of a good faith, taught my uncles the art of jiu-jitsu. My father couldn't do it because he was very small. So he would sit down and watch. One day, my uncle was late for a class, and my father jumped in and told the student, I'll review the moves with you, and until my brother gets here and teach you the class. The student liked my father's class so much that by the time that my uncle arrived, he was like, and from now on, I would like to take classes from Hélio Gracie, not from Carlos anymore, from my uncle. And that's when my uncles are like, hold on, you never practiced. What did you do different? On his mind, since he couldn't practice, he couldn't do jiu-jitsu because he was too weak. On his mind, he didn't create a new art. He didn't invent anything new. He just adapted for himself. So he was able to do it. And he showed the technique because he was smaller, weaker. So he showed the technique to the student. The student liked so much that he liked the way my father was teaching, and my father put leverage into the techniques, into the moves. So a smaller person could do it. So you don't need to be strong, you don't need to be fast. After a while, it became a quest for my family to find out which style is the best. So everybody claimed that their style is the best. Karate is the best. Kung Fu is the best. There's only one way to find out, is to take all the rules out, get in a cage or a ring, and fight until somebody quit. No time limit, no weight division, no rules. And that was the birth of MMA. Or my brother came to America. First week in America, first few days in America, he got people stole from the hotel where he's staying. They stole his passport, his ticket back to Brazil, and his money. So ashamed, he didn't want to call Brazil and call my father for money. So what he did is he stayed panhandling for 1 year, sleep on the streets, panhandling.
Oh, wow.
He didn't want to call mom and dad. Hey, I got robbed in America. He put the money on the safe in a hotel, and they took the passport, took his ticket back to Brazil and his money. So he just survived in America, panhandle.
Mm.
A year later, nobody used the ticket. The airline refunded him the ticket.
Mm.
He applied, got the proper documents, the birth certificate, applied for a new passport, got a new passport, went back to Brazil, got a law degree, but came back to America because he likes the freedom that we have in America.
Mm.
And again, he didn't show up in America and start teaching martial art and setting up, because he was in charge of setting up the UFC, the first UFC. He was the one that set it up, that created the UFC. But before that, he was flipping burgers and working on construction and doing all washing dishes. And America is the land of opportunity, we say, like everybody else says. It's a He used to tell me, people complain there's no job. He says, I'll walk into any place and I'll get a job. I was like, how would you do that, brother? How would you do it? Even if they don't need anybody, I'll walk in and I'll work for free for them for a week. I'll offer to work for 1 week for free. And is the restaurant or whatever business, let's say a restaurant, if after I work there for 1 week for free, they would not let me go. They're going to look at me and go, man, how can I run the business without you here?
Mm.
That's how hard worker we are.
Mm.
So I'm going to prove it to you that your business cannot run without me.
Mm.
You'll find a way to pay me, whatever.
Wow.
That kind of determination.
Yeah.
Through the years working in America, he finally decided to create the UFC. And create the UFC, put me as a fighter to represent my family, because we have a very big family. And it was the first UFC was not like you see today. It was an 8-man tournament. So you have to fight 3 fights in one night. Not like today's a single fight, one against one. So 3 fights, so 8-man tournament. And then no time limit, no weight division, no rules, no gloves. 2 men walk in, 1 walk out.
Wow.
I was the lightest one of everybody, but we did that to prove that our technique was better than is more complete than the other styles. Because everybody, after what my father, my family did in Brazil, when we came to America, we start all over again. Everybody claimed that their style is the best. There's only one way to find out.
How do you think? I mean, it's crazy, because when people think of the UFC now, it's like Vegas, it's huge. There are lights, cameras, glamour, TV, all of that. Where did that, for you as the first fighter, and as that journey unfolded, how did that shift you, change you?
When we start teaching America, when I came to America in 1984, we would teach in the garage. We had a house, garage. We put mats in the floor, mats on the walls in the garage, and we made a small studio, martial arts school in the garage. So we teach private classes all day long, from 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, half an hour private, 7 to 7:30, 7:30 to 8, 8 to 8:30, all until about 12:30, finish at 12:30, 1 o'clock, start again at 4 o'clock, 4, 4:30, 5, 5:30, until about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, every day, Monday to Friday. Saturday, we finish a little earlier. We had the house was so busy. We had, I think my brother and I, we had over 150 students. I think it was like over 150 students in a waiting list.
What?
That we It's single private classes. So we had a students on a waiting list. Like if somebody missed, call me. I'll come over and take the private. So that's when my brother decided to open up the first academy. He opened up a big place on the same year that he created the UFC. So after the first UFC, we doubled the size of the school. Literally, we just doubled. It's like it was this big. We just had to open up the next door. We took over the next door of the building, opened double the size of the school. After the first UFC. After the second UFC, we double upstairs. It was vacant upstairs, so we double again after the second UFC. That's how big the success was. Because everybody, my brother used to say, what happens in Brazil, people don't know until America find out. Once America knows, the whole world will know.
Wow.
And that's exactly what happened. Once America found out, the whole world found out. That was after the first UFC, we double. After the second UFC, we double again. So now we have jiu-jitsu all over the world.
It's amazing because the story of work ethic that's common among champions in any industry is that relentless pursuit. I love that you were focusing on teaching other students and teaching other people. So it's not just about your performance and look how great you are, but you're focused on unlocking that in other people so that you can prove it and creating a culture or a movement. And I think great leaders do that. They unlock the leadership in others. They unlock the greatness. They help unlock the greatness.
One of the things that my father always says is, I can't force the student to come over. But if he comes over, don't worry about being a good student or bad student. We don't believe on that. We believe in a good teacher or bad teacher. Since I consider myself a good teacher, he will learn. Now apply that for your business. Whatever business you guys got, you see, if you believe on your product, that's the best. So I don't believe in good student or bad student. There's good teachers and bad teachers. If you show up to class, I guarantee you're going to learn.
Yeah. Well, that is accountability too. It's taking accountability for who am I being as a teacher and not blaming the student, and also letting go of that you can't control who chooses to show up or not. But when they show up, you be the best. You believe in what you have. And then you take responsibility of, are they learning or not? And if they're not, then you got to figure out a way to show them. That's on you as the teacher, right?
And like you have to practice to be good at something. It's not just rely on talent or ability, or no, you have to constantly keep practicing. So yeah,
Well,
people
and
all the time to in order for you to be the champion, people ask me, you have to practice. Some people are like, but you have to be strong, you have to be fast. No, you have to practice. Those are personal qualities. On the end of the day, you have to practice. You got to know what you're doing.
Practicing. And I do want to dive into your the lifestyle principles in a bit, like the diet and some things like that. But practice, consistency, leadership. I also hear a marketing tip right here, right? Like there are a lot of entrepreneurs that are out there doing their own thing. And what your brother saw is, if America knows, then it's a megaphone to the whole world. So one, he had a big vision, a global vision, something beyond his own family, community, his paycheck, the country. He had a global vision for the whole world to know. And then how are we going to have that happen if America knows? So today that might be like if Oprah knows, if Tony Robbins knows, if, there are business alliances at different levels, that if you go and create those alliances by proving value and proving, you can't just, then you can open up. And also I hear, have a big vision.
Yes. And you got to know what you're doing. You got to know about your product. That's one thing. With, like I said, we're not fighters.
Mm-hmm.
We fight to prove that what we can do, we can deliver what we're teaching instead of just talking. You see, but my father did not create fighters. He created instructors. He
So
taught us how to teach.
well, he created instructors that create fighters, or how do you see it then?
We teach self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
My father's mentality is he's not fighting to win.
Mm.
He's fighting not to lose.
Mm.
It's different.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, um, you're fighting somebody. Your opponent is 250 pounds, 4% body fat. For you to put yourself in the obligation of having to beat up the opponent, all the pressure's on you.
Ah.
So instead, I'll look at my opponent and goes, I don't think you can beat me.
Mm.
It's his problem to beat me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Wow.
not fighting to win. I'm fighting not to lose. If I don't lose, now we switch the question. The question is how I'm going to win now. Let's play ping pong.
Mm-hmm.
My father used, I'm using examples that I heard from many years
Yeah,
through my father. We play ping pong. Every time you put the ball on my side of the table, doesn't matter where you put that ball, I'll catch the ball and I'll put it back on the center of your table. When am I going to lose this game? Never. Because it doesn't matter where you put the ball, I'll catch the ball and I'll put it back on the center of your table. I'll never lose this game. So now we have to switch the question. When do you win, Royce? I win when you miss the table. Did I win? No, you lost. I win when you lose. I didn't win when I want to win.
Yeah. That's powerful. It does diffuse the pressure because
Yes.
it diffuses the pressure. They have the pressure to win, and you're just not. The whole point is I'm not going to lose. I'm not going to lose. I just wait for the lose on the other side.
I'm waiting for them to make a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So again, when I open up my school, it's like I'm not competing to make my school successful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm competing to teach the best class ever. Because if I teach the best class, the students will come.
Yeah. That's awesome. Our teacher right before you is a former teacher who teaches people how to take their wisdom and teach the best, like really have them take in the lessons and really things that help them receive it. So that's very potent, is showing up and giving your best, teaching the best.
Even if I have no students, I'll go to the school and I'll hang out there.
Mm.
The vibe will attract students to come in.
Mm.
Instead, I hear a lot of people saying, well, I don't have any students, so why am I going to the gym?
Mm.
I don't have any clients in my restaurant. Why am I gonna go over there?
Yes.
There's nobody. But then you lose everyone that walks by that calls because you're not there. So instead, no, I'll go sit down. I got nothing to do. So I'll go sit down in my restaurant, go sit down in my gym, or whatever business, mechanic. I don't have any cars to fix today. I'll open up the business, I'll open the door and sit there waiting for a client to come in.
That's powerful because a lot of our entrepreneurs in the world today, you probably know this too, Royce, is they're needing to go online and give value either on a YouTube video or in an interview or be on a podcast. And sometimes they're just starting and no one's there. Or maybe another time they had hundreds of people watching and Facebook or Instagram changes the algorithms and they're just two people. So they think, I'm just not going to do it. Or I keep doing it and no one's showing up. And that's the same as you. It's not what you did, but what you're describing when people go, I'm not going to take action.
Yes. Be there. Somebody will call. Somebody will come in. Somebody will show up to walk in to to take a class, for instance, jiu-jitsu.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if I'm not there, I don't know who's going to stop by.
No one. If they do, you don't know about it. So
I
it's
don't know
nice.
about it. You like
Yeah.
how they say you missed every shot that you don't take. We literally would look at that way. If I'm not at the gym, I lose every client that could possibly come in. So
So what do you think? I mean, you've trained a lot of students and you've helped a lot of people. You grew up in a culture with your father of learning jujitsu and learning all these really great things. So it was somewhat your identity, part of it, right? A family, you had to do something with it. But what about people who've come into your studio and they're like, I'm not an athlete. I've never done anything like this. Have you seen some great things unlock, and what advice do you have for people like that?
my father used to say there's more average Joes out there than super athletes. So we teach for the average person.
Mm-hmm.
We teach for, but what we do is we give them confidence.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. We see so many changes through the years. The people that come in and shy, young boys or girls, or even adult man, woman that's shy, or something happened, or some of super hyper, and be able to teach them how to find their balance.
Mm-hmm. That's powerful. I have a 12-year-old daughter, and when she was about 4, or four, I think maybe 5, there was a little bit of bullying happening in her because she's very sweet and we put her in jujitsu. And I was nervous about that because I saw these tall kids and she was tiny. And then I saw this little girl with this big guy. They were practicing in her little ponytail, and I was like, what is it? And that little girl took the guy down. I thought, yes, I want that for my daughter. I want that. And she did jujitsu for like 5 years and loved every minute of it. She became really confident in her space and her boundaries. At first, it was just in that room, but then it started to move all over life, and so I'm a witness to what's possible.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I mean, sports in general give discipline.
Mm-hmm.
That's what sports does. Sports teach a lot of this. If you bring your daughter to a soccer practice and she forget her shoes, her cleats, the coach is not going to let her play.
Mm-hmm.
And the coach is going to tell her, you're not playing. Well, my mom forget. I don't care. Your mom forgot your cleats.
Mm-hmm.
It's your responsibility. You got to grab it.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you bring your daughter to volleyball practice. She forget the uniform. Sorry, you're not playing today. You forgot. Well, but mom, dad didn't bring it. I don't care. Don't you next time you gotta bring it. You show up late. So sports teach discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Martial art gives confidence, discipline and confidence.
Mm-hmm.
So because you start to learn that it doesn't matter how big, how strong, how you can deal with situations, and then you carry that on for life, for other stuff, for other. It doesn't matter. The world can be falling apart. It's okay. No problem. It's going to be fine. You see, we can deal with that.
So I have a couple questions for you, and they're both coming in at the same time. I am naturally high energy. So it's the balance that Tiffany is talking about. She loved your comment of balance. But whenever you have been identifying as a champion for so long, and you really are, and I heard it in the Air Jordan movie. I don't know if you've watched it yet.
Not yet.
No, it's so good. But there's a line where he says, we want to touch your greatness. Like most people will never reach the heights of fame, like what your father said, most people, but by wearing the shoe, they get to like feel like they touch it, right? And right now you're in this room and people are going to watch replays and people go to your gyms or they do these things. Like you said, many people are average. I think we attract an extraordinary group of people. Only 1% of people who say they want to write a book actually write a book. And we have a ton of authors in here. 80% of the world say they want to write a book. We have a ton of people that have had businesses more than 5 years. We have people that are above the normal statistics, right? But many of, I mean, you're one of the most known, greatest, achieving person that I've met. And I've met a lot of great legends in different fields, but certainly in the fighting realm. And so I want to know, what's it like just waking, like what's in the mind of someone who just is a champion all the time and just knows themselves as a champion? We've been talking about what we identify with, we become. So when you share that with us, we can start to identify in our own world, in our own way, with the way that you think. And then I want to know when you didn't feel like a champion and how you overcame.
Okay. I walk into a room, I size up everybody, and I know I can take them. I have that kind of ability to, because I know how to fight.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't feel like I'm better than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm a champion, but I can't write a book.
Yeah.
So you can't judge a fish by his ability to climb a tree, Einstein.
Right.
So yes, I just happen to know how to fight, but I can't play soccer. I got 2 left foot over here. You see, so I respect others' ability. Everybody have their own way. You see, their own ability. Some people can count. I can't.
Mm-hmm.
But I can fight. You see, I cannot shoot a basketball, but I can fight.
Mm.
So it happened that's everybody have their own personal ability. You see, it's just a question of finding out.
Mm.
When I don't feel special, tell me what's impossible and I'll prove you wrong.
Mm.
I have that kind of discipline, that kind of determination. I'm very stubborn.
Yeah.
And I'm patient. So, yeah, I'm patient.
Uh-oh. We got a little freeze there.
Oops. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes. But yeah, I'm very stubborn and very patient. So it's a hard combination.
Yeah.
It's a tough combination.
Stubborn, patient, persistent.
And I know what I'm doing in terms of martial arts. If you put in terms of football, I have no idea. But that's what I tell people. First thing to win a fight is business. But the first thing to win a fight, you have to know what you're doing. I don't know how to play football. I have no business in the field. You see, I don't know. Just don't know. We don't play football, American football in Brazil. Second thing is endurance. You have to have endurance. You can have the fastest car in town. Without gas, what are you going to do? Push that car around? So you have to have gas. You have to be able to drive. You have to be able to know how to drive and have gasoline on your car. The third becomes horsepower, becomes strength. In that order, pretty much in every business. If I don't know how to run a restaurant, what am I doing on that business? I have to know. If I don't know, I don't know. That's bad. Not my business. But if I know how to run a restaurant, I'll open one. But I only want to work 2 hours a day. Really? We're only going to open for an hour because I get tired fast. I want my private time. I want to go on vacation. I have to spend quality time with the family, and so I can only be there for 1 hour a day. Sorry, you don't have the endurance to do it. It's when do you work? From the time that my eyes open till my eyes close, I'm working.
Yeah, that's a good point. There is, I mean, I know there are systems and there's a movement for people to not sacrifice their families on the altar of, their businesses. And yet you can go to the other extreme. Oh, I'm only going to work an hour and I'm going to meditate and play and do all these things. And I think what you're saying is so important. No, you work and you teach your children to work and you're consistent.
I travel about 6-7 months of the year teaching.
Wow.
Okay, 7 months of the year, I'm somewhere. When I'm home, I'm home. I don't teach when I'm home. So I don't have a gym. I go use other people's gym. I used to have a gym, but today I don't have a gym. One night, two of my kids came up to me. They're young. They're all grown now, but they're young. They go, Dad, you're always traveling. You're always gone. Why don't you stay home more often? I said, you know what? You guys, fair enough. I'll stop traveling. I'll stay home with you guys all the time. They're like, really, Dad? That's awesome. As a matter of fact, I'm going to call the guy that I'm supposed to go, whatever I was going the next day, and I'm going to cancel the trip. Really, Dad? That's awesome. That's great. By the way, that year pass that we have for Disneyland, I'm going to have to cancel because if I don't go to work. The year pass that we have for Universal Studios, I'm going to have to cancel that too. Oh, the trips that we take every year to Hawaii and for a week and to Spain for a month in Spain, I'm going to cancel that trip too, but I'll stay home with you guys. Not a problem. They look at me flat out. It's like, you know what, Dad? Have a good trip. Don't cancel.
Yeah.
Hey, I can stay home. But you see, there's an exchange.
Yes.
For a lot of families, I hear them, well, if I stay home, I can't afford the luxurious stuff, the trips and the vacations. But if I go to work, my partner always complain that, oh my God, you're always working, we're providers. You see, we provide. You go to work to provide, to give the lifestyle. You don't want the lifestyle, that's fine. I'll stay home 24/7. But don't ask me for the lifestyle.
Yeah. And what
So
about,
you have to have a balance, of course. That's why I said I work about 6-7 months of the year. 7 months of the year, I'm gone. Not straight. I'll go for a week, come home for a week, go away for 2-3 weeks, come home for 1 day, go again for a week, come home for 3 weeks, go away for a month, come home for a day. You see, so it end up being average 7 months gone. So, but when I'm home full time.
Yes. So I see Eric. So now I'm like, I want to get all my questions out before he, but I want to know the balance. And obviously, if you don't know the business, you shouldn't be in it. Know your product, be confident, show up when no one is there. That's the vibe. Work, you have balance. When you're home, you're home. You're a champion in the area you're a champion, but you haven't written a book, you don't play football, all that. So what about moments where has there been a moment where you didn't feel confident, you didn't feel powerful, or you had a really tough time? And then how did you pull yourself out of that?
It's like a wave. It's like peaking for a fight. You have to peak. You have the one day of the year that you have to be on your best. If you peak few days before, forget it. On the fight, you're already on the hill on the way down. So you have to know how to peak. When you peak that day, you had a great fight. I tell people after a great win, you take a week, 2 weeks off. Don't do anything to bring it down. So I know how
I've
life
never heard
works.
this. This is incredible. This is incredible. So you have a build up to this incredible moment. You plan, prepare for that, and you plan for the crash.
But same thing for basketball, football, soccer. They have to peak. They have to time it right. So basketball, they play every other day. So they play one day, the next day they kind of chill, relax, recover, so they can push again the next day. And then the next day, it's like every other day they play in a game. And then football is once a week. So they have 5, 6 days in between one game on the other. You see, to peak on the right, everybody have to be, you gotta synchronize everybody to be on the top. But then the next couple of days, they're gonna go down, relax, mellow, chill, practice, go easy, and then peak again, and then come back down, and then peak again, and come back down. Life works the same way. So if things happen, they're bad, ride. Just go for the ride. It's up and down. You're on the downhill. Hey, take it like a champ. You see? Because I know it's not gonna stay like this forever.
Oh, wow.
So it's not gonna stay like this. So my father used to say, if I'm walking in New York City and a piano falls from a building on my head, it meant to be. A piano fall from a building on that moment when he's walking by. Really? The chances, if it happens, you see, it meant to be that way. So don't stress. I'm not trying to control life. I'll give my best. Some days, everything are gonna go wrong. That's fine. It's meant to be that way. Testing you. See if you're gonna lose it. But hey, go to sleep, wake up, start again next day. You see, lose everything. No problem. Like a fight. What is the worst that could happen? The person could break my neck and paralyze me forever. Okay, I cannot see that happening because I know how my defense works. The person can punch me, knock me out. Okay, I don't see it. It could happen. I just don't see it. If I saw it, I would have back and train and practice and fix that. If I'm going to open up a restaurant, I'll plan out everything that will work perfect. I don't see the mistakes. I can't see. I already went through my plans, my head. I cannot see it. I'm going to be successful. You see, I made all the plans. It could happen that something comes wrong and happens, and it meant to be that way. Just, hey, it's not you, it's not them, it's not anybody. It's just, it meant to be. So just, I accept it. And I go back and do it again. I'm stubborn.
So when things happen in life for you you see it as a natural part of the waves, and now you're on the down wave, accept it, notice whatever, if there's something for you to fix, make note of it so that you can take it to the gym, take it to the doctor, take it to the therapist,
It's gonna turn around. It's gonna turn around. Soon enough, will turn around. And life is going to get like this. And you're going to be on the top and then going to go back down again. And the top and down again. It's stressful, but a lot of people don't know how to deal with that. I don't care. I don't let it get to me.
Well, I want to just pause on this moment because I think it's a monumental moment for me, for anyone watching, because here you are, this person who's developed so much confidence, who's had an identity from very early as you don't lose, and that you're going to figure it out, that you have the best, jiu-jitsu is the best, you're the best fighter, you can size everyone up, your lane, educating other people, helping other people. And a lot of times people think, oh, they just live in this place of overall confidence, or the story is no, they have bad days too. And then they go into this, oh, what's wrong with me? And they had to climb their way back up. But what you just said is you accept that as a natural rhythm, and it's necessary, a necessary rhythm, that you peak at a certain moment, and everybody in life has these peak days, and it's necessary that you have a down on the other side. And I think that's such a healthy way to look at life. And it's I mean, you're a champion. So here we are. How do champions think? You see this as like not only natural, but necessary. Exactly. It's so powerful.
I don't live life stressing out. There's no stress. It's like this. Always, you won $1 billion. My reaction is gonna be like, okay. Always, you owe $1 billion. Okay.
But how, Hoist? How? Wait, I'm processing the wave, and I'm going to be like working that into my identity.
It's be able to understand. There's nothing I can do about it. I won $1 billion. It's not going to change my life, who I am. Okay. It's not going to change me at all. You owe $1 billion. You got to pay $1 billion. I don't have $1 billion to pay. So, come collect me. Come collect from me. I don't have it. It's like they have a joke in Brazil. A husband come home and he's walking in the middle of the night, walking his room, worried about it. And the wife goes, honey, what's the matter? Come to sleep. And he goes, I can't. What's the matter? I don't have the money to pay for the rent tomorrow. And it's due tomorrow. She goes, hold on, I'll take care of this. And she called the landlord. The husband's like, what are you doing? You can't call the landlord in the middle of the night. I'll take care of it. Call the landlord and goes, hey, landlord, my husband doesn't have the money to pay you tomorrow. Good night. She turns around to him and goes, now it's his problem, not your problem anymore. Go to sleep now. He's going to stay up thinking, how can I collect my money? I don't have it. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not being irresponsible. It's just, I don't have it. If I had it, I'll give it to you.
But then you get up again. That's the difference. I'm serious about this whole wave thing. I'm still processing it, because you first laid out the analogy that in every great team, in every great sport, there's this wave of buildup, and then a peak awesome day, and then relaxation. And yeah, we can think that's recovery. I need mental health day. I'm going to give less. And I've heard that everyone deserves a mental recovery. That's why we go swimming. That's why maybe you meditate or you pray or dance or whatever. But you took it to the bad things in life, or the tough things in life.
I understand.
It's necessary, that you get built up, and then that you have, that's just wild. But yet you don't accept, you accept it, but you've still created this extraordinary life. So it's like you're living between both, like this creator, responsible, consistent, with this background belief of, here we go, it's a down day.
I accept that everything, once in a while, things are going to happen. It's not going to be rainbows and butterflies every day. It's going to happen. Things are going to come out, and bills and floods and natural causes. Everything is going to happen at the same time. It happens all at one time. Sometimes they come one after the other, so it takes a time taking turns on you. It feels like forever. My God. Last week was a hurricane flood my gym. And then as soon as I fixed that, it got a fire on the gym. Now I have to fix that again. And as soon as I fix that, it's like, now I have to pay this much amount because of taxes that came along. And then next week, there's always something, seems like. It's okay. It's okay. I don't let it bother. It's going to come back up again. It's going to hit up because I'm stubborn.
Because you're stubborn.
I'm not going to quit.
I love it. I want to bring up Eric, who's our co-host and an absolute stand with us last round 2 in this fight that we are in for children. And that you've graced yourself, Gracie, hoist Gracie. I didn't even mean to do that. Hey, Eric, welcome. I want to let you ask some questions of this great being and spirit.
Well, thank you. It's so great to talk with you, and you're a legend. Obviously, I'm sure you get that a lot. You know, I have a little bit of a connection to Brazil. I have a lot of friends that live there, and my son was in Brazil for the last 2 years in Porto Alegre, to the south there. So beautiful country, amazing people, and obviously amazing fighters coming out of Brazil as well. So I just have 2 questions, and I know we're almost out of time, but I wanted to ask you, how does one cultivate mental toughness? Now, before you answer, obviously, most of us in the entrepreneurial journey, we have this outcome, this goal, and then we question ourselves over and over and over. And sometimes we never get there because we just give in to the negative beliefs that we have. Having said that, you have a mental toughness that is rare, that you're just going to win. I mean, that's it. I'm not going to worry about anything else. I'm just going to be a winner, period. Like Adora said, it is your identity. So how does one cultivate that level of mental toughness?
It's knowledge. You got to know what you're doing. Again, if you know what you're doing, you see, there's, I just happen to know how to fight. So on the fighting business, I did a swim for the Navy SEALs, the Navy SEAL Foundation across Tampa Bay. When they first called me up and they go, "Hey, you want to go swim at the Navy at Tampa Bay?" I was like, "Sure, yeah, let's go swim at Tampa Bay. Yeah, it's easy. I think we're gonna go to the beach and hang out." And no, it was a 3.5 mile swim across Tampa Bay. Okay, distance, no problem. I'll make it. I'm a little slow, but I'll make it. I know I'm going to make it. It's inside of my head. We had to drag with us about 65, 70 pounds of gear. The weight, no problem. I know I can make it. You see, because I got the mental. How do you develop that? That's be able to understand life. I'm racing myself, not racing everybody else. Even if they finish, I will finish too. And I did. I was the last one showing up. It was not a race. We're all together, the Navy SEALs. The only problem I had was the cold water. 50 degrees cold water. I mean, Brazilians are not made for cold water. And by the way, I don't think I swim 3.5 miles. I swim like 4 miles because they swim straight, but I swim like a fish. I swim like this. So I told them, "You guys, I swim 4 miles. That's why I showed up late. I got here last." But I know inside of my head that I'll make it. That I'll get there. You see, how do you cultivate that? I have no idea how to make people understand that. The things will be fine on the end. Just don't quit.
It seems like you just decide, like that's it. Like once I decide it's happening, I will do it. I'm not going to stress about it. I'm all in. And it's like your mind, you put it in a place where it won't allow you to either quit or decide not to do it in the first place.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. The quitting is not. There was a couple guys that keep passing by me with jet ski and kayaking, and they keep offering me, "Hey, do you want me to pull you to get you closer to the pack?" Or I keep flipping them the finger. and the CEO next to me finally got up and goes, "Guys, don't offer. He's not gonna take it." They're like, "You want to ride? You want to pull you, drag you over there?" It's like, no, get out of here. Just flip him the finger. It's like, we're not in a race. If it was a race, I would have lose. I already know that. But I'm fighting to finish the swim. It's not my specialty, but I did it. We finished. Got hypothermia on the other side, but I finished.
I love it. I love it. My last question is, what's next that seems exciting to you in your life?
Travel the world. I love to travel and I love to teach. I put both of them together. So I tell people, life is good in my world. Don't touch it. Don't change anything or you ruin everything. Leave it alone. uh, Next is to hang around long enough to see my kids grow.
Wonderful, fantastic. Get to do the two things you love: teach and travel. The two T's right there: teach and travel. Amazing, amazing. Well,
And hang out with my kids because one of them teach jiu-jitsu, the other one wants to get into it, so wants to teach too. So it's like, yeah, family business.
Nice.
Came from my father to my brothers, my cousins, my uncles. Everybody in the family does it.
Royce, where can we, so many of our entrepreneurs are into health and fitness because of Vitality, right? And I just remembered when Zaina, my daughter, took jujitsu, I took with Lyra Gracie and Kivia Gracie's. Our kids were all together.
In Texas. They're in Texas.
Together, yep, and all of that. And they shared how the whole family is really into what you eat. And also we got into some of the spiritual beliefs too. And we don't have to go over that now. I'd love another time to, but anything you want to share about that or how we can find out.
We have something that we call Gracie diet, but it's not exactly a diet. It's more of an eating habits. We eat everything. We just combine towards an easy digestion. To easy way to explain the Gracie diet. It's if you think about it, when do you get sick? You get sick when you stress out with work and you're working extra hours and you're going to the gym and the kids are not doing good at school and the car that you put for sale is not selling and somebody scratched your other car and all the house is not selling. It's like all the kind of stress, and you eat a typical Thanksgiving meal, one of those meals that you eat and you sit down and go, oh my God, I think I ate too much. I can't even breathe. I need to take a nap. And you lay down, take a nap, and you wake up and you're sick. And what do? You blame the cold outside or the hot weather outside, depending where you are. You blame the air conditioning. You blame everything else besides what you input on your body, because your immune system was already running low. And then you eat that food that's hard to digest. It shuts down the immune system, and now you have zero on the tank, and that's when you fall sick, and you blame everything else instead of what you put. So it's towards an easy digestion. That's why that's the way we eat.
Well, we'll look it up. And Royce, so you know, I know you've been in America a while, but you hang out with the right people, because what most Americans do is all that you said, wake up and eat another plate. Okay. They wake up and they eat another plate. And it's the next day that they really address it.
But for kids, a simple thing like this is like you can eat this or this, not both of them together. It teaches them discipline right there. It's like they grow up. It's like the Gracie family. The most common thing that we heard growing up is every one of the members of Gracie family is it's not time to eat, and this does not combine. But I want to eat that. It doesn't combine. Choose one. You want rice or you want potato? Both of them, you can't have it. Sorry. Choose one. But I want both. You can't have, doesn't combine. But I want to eat now. It's not time to eat. We have to wait every 4.5, 5 hours in between one meal and another. It's not time to eat yet. Sorry. So for the kids, it teaches them discipline. It's easy for them to understand life, for them to understand it's discipline in general.
Powerful.
Very.
Thank you so much, Royce, for your time.
Thank you, guys.
You're
I appreciate it.
got a life no one will jack with. No one will jack with you. We know better. We know better. I love that you were throwing the bird at the Navy SEALs. I can't wait to share that story with other people. And they were thinking about trying to pick you up. How dare they? They're
How dare I? I was like, get away from me.
and that's the way, yeah. And really, I treasure so much about this, but I will be integrating and processing that wave analogy that you gave of life, not just the natural part, but the necessary part. So accept and go with the ride, accept and go with the ride, and then do what you do. But another part that you bring is it's not just la, 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 whatever life is taking me. You're stubborn, you're disciplined, I'm going to
go back and do it again.
You're going to go back and do it again. So it's really a beautiful analogy. Thank you so much.
Fix whatever I have to fix and do it again.
Powerful. Powerful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your time.
I
Everybody
appreciate
show him the love in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Knowledge.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Wow.
Whoa. Was that amazing, guys? Like, put amazing in the chat if you thought that was amazing. It's funny how somebody played at that level for so long and is one of the greatest in the sport, and yet his answers were just simple yet powerful, and almost in a sense common sense. And I get it. Common sense is not so common, but it is just the small things sometimes that we know what to do. We just don't actually do it. Like making a decision that, hey, I'm going to swim 3.5 miles. I've swam 3.5 miles before as an Ironman competitor in my trainings before. So I know how long that is. I was not pulling a 60-pound rucksack or anything like that in the water like he was, but unbelievable how he would just tackle anything once he decides he's all in. Oh, look at the chat. Tony says, well, he's a legend. Tiffany, amazing. R. Smith, amazing. Wow. What a day, Adora.
Well, and I want to say, by the way, my guy's an Ironman. I don't know if you know that. And he's doing 10.
Yes.
Yeah, he's doing 10 ahead. So we have a lifestyle of Ironman living in our house, which is outrageous. Yes. I'm a sprinter and I'm like, you go. As we're all here together, and you're hanging out here, you're actually in the energetic space. So it's different than just watching, a movie or, reading an article. We got to really have access to not just his identity, but what are the thoughts and the beliefs that make that identity. And like we've talked about this whole time, you can construct your identity as long as it's authentic and aligned. I mean, you can construct it any way, but we're in the space. You can construct it in a way that lifts you to the vision that you're called to. You can construct it in a way that gives you a brand new vision. And I love taking nuggets like that and integrating them into my own belief system. That was so solid. That was so solid. I do want to say before we go into our offer tomorrow, Eric, I don't know if you'll be with us because I know you have some family things going, but there's someone I want you to meet. April Breach, and then we have a lot of great speakers tomorrow, but Beach. She helps people license their content. So course creators and people, she has a couple stories of just this past month where one woman, they took an 8-part communication system, an 8-step communication system, and licensed it to a nonprofit for $56K, and then to a bank or a big company for like 1.2 million. And it was simpler than most of us think. And I know you have so much content, and so many of us that have contents that you could just take a piece and have this alignment and up level, and kind of like Hoist Gracie said, if America knows, everybody will know. If a corporation knows, just that ability to tap in and multiply what you've already done, I think is pretty powerful. So we have a lot of great things coming tomorrow. That's one of many.
So in other words, don't miss tomorrow, bonus day. We're not going to stop here.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is going to be an insane day. And Listen, guys, I know we've talked about this a couple times, and we're just a couple of minutes from ending for today. But remember, like, there is an opportunity on the table for you to spend more time with us, for you to actually have a pretty intimate experience with Les Brown and a Les Brown experience in Atlanta for 2 days. We're only talking about 100 people in the room when we do this. So our goal ultimately is to help you make the impact, income, and create the amount of influence that you want to do those two things. And the more we can help you make income, the more opportunity you're going to have to change the world and save kids. And the only way we can do this is by, of course, taking advantage of our offer. So I'll let you talk about these first two, Adora, of course, and then I'll talk about my side of things.
Yeah, so we've got a 5-day event rich with connections, and that goes over a few weekends. But this is where we deep dive into how do you create these high-level connections. I mean, that has been the story of my life. How he said, you know, Hoy said, I can fight, I can connect. I mean, I can connect. I learned it. I mean, I came in doing it, but then learned the skills at Pat Summerall. I got to help with the movie The Secret. I got to dress Katy Perry, Rihanna. I got to work with all these celebrities in Egypt, worked with a ton of thought leaders. And I'm someone that I can pretty much go into any room. And if I can see the value, I can create connections. And there's a way for you to do that. So I'm going to show you how to do that. We're going to go through your own connection audit, because you already have connections that really, if you just tapped into them and knew how, that you could be having some quantum leap growths in all the ways. And I'm going to also help you figure out what connections would I suggest you go after, and how would I go after those connections. Here's what to say exactly. And you know, over the years, I've been hired by millionaires, billionaires to do this exact thing for them. So, and I get equity in companies for doing this thing. I'm paid for doing this thing. I can go on and on about this thing of connection. So I'm not just going to teach you or show you, but we're going to unlock it in you. We're going to get you moving and creating connections so that by the end you have a skill set that you can use. Thank you, Tiffany, again and again. And you'll be able to unlock and get some things rolling in your life. And you'll see it all over my life, right? Whether it's Preston, it's all these things are connections, and they're powerful. The second day is profitable connections. So this was born because as I started saying, you know what, I've been like this sniper connector, not a sniper might be, but I'm hired to go in and like, boom, boom, get the connections done. But I've never taught people how I do it. I just get paid to do it for them, or I'm worked in the deal flow or some combo. And as I started teaching it, I had all these connectors telling me, oh my gosh, Adora, I've been a connector my whole life. I always hook people up. And I used to be that girl. You know, I'd hook people up and they would make millions, and I'd get a nice dinner or a nice vacation or a nice purse or invitations to all the cool things, but I wasn't making millions. And it wasn't until I learned that we all have areas that we're wealthy. And when you know that area, you own it and you offer it as value, then people who need that, they'll pay you, right? So, I like the way, team, you wrote Adora Crystal Evans up there. I'd like that. I'm going to use that as my signature. It looks so pretty and much neater than I ever write. So this one, when I started telling, people started telling me I've been a connector my whole life and I'm broke, or I've been a connector my whole life and I'm doing great, but I've never made money. How do I do that? Or I connect people all the time. How do I use that to create profit in my current business? So that's what this is all about. It's powerful. It's going to unleash income streams for some of you. For the right people, it's going to add things that it's always been there. It's like oil in the ground. If you hate oil and you're a Tesla person, it's something else in the ground that you didn't know was there. It's food. It's a carrot you didn't know you could eat, but it's going to be very powerful. So so both of those workshops are part of a $15,000 offering that I give, and they're the base of that. So pretty, and you get 2 tickets to each. So 4 tickets Yeah.
Yes. And then 2 to this as well, 100K in 100 days. This is a 3-day program. Now this is more than $10,000 in coaching from me. And so you get backstage passes to this as well. So this is essentially how you can go from 0, or if you're a 10 or whatever it is, $1,000 a month to 100K months in 90 days. And I give you the exact framework of how I did it. I don't even know how many 100K months I have done. You know, I've had $1 million months, several of them as well. So it's been so long since the last time I remember bringing in less than 100K in revenue. It was probably, 15 years ago. So my point is that every business I've ever had went from 0 to at least 100K months in about 100 days. And I'll show you exactly how to do that. Now, the last one was the fastest I had ever done it, which was a day. So the reason why I tell you this is there is a path and there is a way to get to 100K months very quickly. I mean, I don't know if you've tried the slow way to get rich. I have in the past years ago, and I actually prefer the fast way. And I'm not saying the get rich quick scheme. I'm saying the get rich quick system. So it's not just about the format, meaning, is it a webinar? Is it a challenge? Is it a live event? It's how you get there. It starts with clarity. How do you craft the right offer, which is the biggest thing? How do you do your messaging? How do you get organic leads, not paid leads, but organic? I do both. However, we start with how do you get organic traffic to your opportunity so that you can get enough people that show up for your event or for your format in order for you to get to 100K in 100 days. So this is that program. It is my most powerful program. I am all in on this for the long haul when it comes to helping people make the impact and income that they want to have. And this is a powerful way to do it. So I love it. Money loves speed. Yes. Success loves speed. And really, it's really a powerful way for you to be able to get there quickly. And then the 2-day experience, the Les Brown experience in Atlanta with the man himself, the legend, the GOAT in speaking. I'm telling you, that will be a powerful opportunity. You're going to meet Les. You're going to meet us in person. We're going to be able to hang out for a couple of days in Georgia. So this is going to be an awesome opportunity.
Now, I need to say it's not 2 days. That was a typo, everyone. It is a 1-day event, or it was a communication breakdown on our part. My apologies, team. If that was me, it's a 1-day event, but 2 tickets to that event. Now, it's going to be 2 days or 5 days for some of you because you're going to hook up, you're going to hang out, you're going to see Atlanta, you're going to do other things. But our actual prepared time together and with Les is 1 day, and you have 2 tickets, and though there will be less than 100 people there. And what I can tell you, Eric's going to be there, Les is going to be there, I'm going to be there. So you've already experienced Les. He's probably been impacting you for years, and you can imagine what that opportunity to be in intimate space will be available. Not only what you download, but what may happen. You have Eric. So we're going to be deep diving, going deeper. You're going to get access. You're going to get to ask him questions, create relationship. You're going to have me. And I'm going to tell you, I am one of the best wing gals. It's like I'm a professional wing gal, hype woman all the time. Anybody who's with me, they're like, I'm constantly introducing people and weaving people together. It's a place I get really high. I get really high on life when that's happening, what Eric, you called the alignment zone. So you're going to get connected. If you're there, you don't have much of a choice, right? You are going to get connected. You're going to get inspired. You're going to be elevated, and you're going to be activated into real action that's going to pull you through the line. And those of you who get the offer, guess what? You're going to be sharing stories. If you took Eric's event and you started taking action, you're going to be along the process as a totally different person than you even are right now, which is different than you were 2-3 days ago when we started, right? So I'm just stoked. I'm very stoked.
And we're talking $20-something thousand of value for $2,500. Insane. Like, we took a $10,000 offer. We're like, no, we wanted to make it attainable for everybody. And we said, let's discount it to $2,500 because we're also volunteering of our time. My program alone is $25,000. I mean, that's it. That's the program. You want to be in my program? Great. It's 25 grand. This is going to help, of course, the harbor, right? To eliminate human trafficking and get girls off of the streets so that they can have a full-time organization and not have to kick them out on the weekends when they don't have the funds to be able to shelter them and keep them from the traffickers. So that's what this is all about. Again, you guys know that Adora and we're not getting any monetary joy out of this. We are getting blessings. We are getting impact joy out of all of this. So you can please take advantage of this now. Go to acceleratemylegacy.com. please right now, because this will help us raise funds for this organization to help eliminate human trafficking. And of course, at the same time, our gift to you is we're going to help you make the income and impact that you want to make in your lives by joining.
100%. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. Oh, okay.
So if you're the wingman, wingwoman, does that make you Iceman? Or I'm just curious. Ice woman?
Funny. I don't know. I got to come up with it. But I am a hype woman, or the gift of encouragement, elevation, promotion. I love getting people connected. I love when people match up that belong together. So that's really fun. It's really, Shira, Eric, if you want to know, when Shira was not Shira, her
oh my
name
goodness,
was
I remember that.
Adora. So 3rd grade, everyone called me that. And I hated it back then. I was like, oh, my kids are going to have normal names like Sam and Diane. Those are my dad and stepmom's name. And they're Josiah, Zaina, and David, named after his father. But Adora was the defender of the Crystal Castle. And I came later, and my real name is Adora Crystal Evans. It's really fun.
Unreal. I remember that. This is like a blast. This tells you how old we are in the He-Man days. Like, unreal.
Shira's come back. There's a whole Shira thing.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it's wild. I tried to watch a little. It's so weird hearing my name, Adora. All that. I'm not used to that because it's not so common, you know.
Well, last thing I want to say is if you have any questions about this, put them in the chat right now, or put them on our Facebook page, on the Project Uprise Facebook page, and we will answer them and make sure that if you have any questions, we will answer them. So please take advantage of this. And I think that's it for today, Odora.
That's it. VIP, we've got you. Remember, we have a full bonus day tomorrow. It is going to be incredible. We have the author of The Peaceful Millionaire. We have the Law of Attraction Live owner, Tiberius. We have so many, the licensing deal. That's going to be a game changer. For some of you, you've already developed your content or you've got it. And boom, what would 56K or 1.1 million do for you to amplify your voice? It's going to be so good. And then at the end of the day, way end of the day, you'll get an email if you're VIP. And those of you who haven't joined VIP yet, good news, you haven't missed anything. So jump in. You're going to get the schedule as far as we have it. We're coordinating with different speakers of the Q&As that are, and which speakers, as well as the networking event. And by the end of day Saturday, R. Smith, and I never caught what your first name is, end of day Saturday, VIP will get the beginning of the schedule. And the events will happen over the following week, but it'll be in a Zoom. So you'll have the opportunity to raise your hand, to ask questions, to get feedback, to see and hear and meet up with other people. And then the replays that will be put together in a playlist so that you don't have to go search for them everywhere. Those will come within 2 weeks' time, maybe shorter, but I'm putting it way off in case, right? So you'll be getting those, but the VIP party hasn't even started. So, you still have the opportunity to join VIP too, and we'll send that link out.
Wonderful. You guys have been amazing. Thank you for amazing day 3. I hope it was amazing for you as well. And have a great evening.
Have a great evening, everybody.